aspects that are probably causing a lot of this. And I think from a political standpoint, it's going to be very hard for us to get away from some of it.
Is the advice on how, and you've alluded to some of this already, but is the advice on how to help avoid getting cancer the same for everyone?
Well, listen, I mean, I am not a fitness or nutritional expert by any stretch of the imagination. I love a glass of champagne, and I do love Oreos, which is probably the most processed thing you could ever eat. But there is something to be said that you avoid smoking, drinking. You should eat, when you're at the grocery store, you should really just stay on the periphery and avoid all the processed foods in the center. But one thing that I have to say to everyone is that I give a cancer diagnosis to someone just about every single day. And, it's at that point that a lot of them say, well, I really want to change my lifestyle, so this doesn't come back. And we kind of have to hone in on, well, maybe we should change our lifestyle before it actually comes. But I will say at the end of the day, you can do everything right. You can live the healthiest life possible, and you still may get cancer or something tragic still may happen to you. So for me, it's everything in moderation. You live your life to your fullest, but make sure you're also enjoying your life. So I enjoy a glass of champagne. I know that there are negative aspects to it, but I will have one occasionally because I enjoy it, and I also want to make sure I'm enjoying my life.
It goes to show how much we still don't know about cancer in general, really. Despite this rise in early onset cases, are we getting better in general at treating and curing cancer cases?
Oh, undoubtedly. So metastatic cancer, at least some of them, and by the way, cancer, again, not one size fits all. They're very, very different. And the individual that they affect can be very different. So it's really hard to, when people ask, they want certain specifics on statistics. It's like, well, it really does truly vary. There are some metastatic cancers that we're treating almost like diabetes. Like it's a chronic disease for some people. They live 10, 20, 30 years with metastatic cancer because of these amazing advents in treatment. There are still some metastatic cancers that people are dying within months from. And we're working on it, and it's going to take time. And I just hope that we get there because I just heard of someone that I know, they've just got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, but I know what type it is. And I'm like, all right, well, this is not your end. It's just going to be a very different path for you now.
Things, when you hear words like metastatic and stage 4, it used
very
to be
scary.
Like an automatic death sentence. It used to feel like, right? And maybe now not so much. So definitely progress. Dr. Nicole Saphier, radiologist, Fox News contributor, and author of the new book, Love Mom. Looking forward to that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much for having me.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention Patriots, this is Jason Hansen, former CIA officer, with an urgent message for anyone concerned about their financial future. In a world filled with economic uncertainty, it's crucial to have a rock-solid plan for protecting your wealth. That's why I'm inviting you to a special financial briefing this Thursday. You'll get proven strategies for safeguarding your assets and securing your money. Call my friends at Advantage Gold at 800-741-GOLD to register for free right now. Again, call 800-741-GOLD.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
Buying a home warranty is one of the best investments you can make for your home. I know this firsthand, and I'm proud to say that Select Home Warranty has my back. Now, if you're worried about your air conditioning or refrigerator breaking down, your heat, plumbing, or any major appliance, you can count on Select Home Warranty to provide you with the peace of mind you need. In this day of high costs, I know that I feel better knowing that I won't have to pay a large repair fee out of my pocket. Plans start at $1 per day. So I want you to call now at 800-231-5953 or shwvalue.com and save $200. In the event your appliance breaks down, don't worry. Select Home Warranty, same-day service for repairs or replacement. You heard me. Call now. Don't wait for one of your major appliances or systems to break down. Call now at 1-800-231-5953 or get a free quote online at shwvalue.com. Call today and tell them Brian Kilmeade sent you, or go online and save $200 today. That's $200 today. Don't wait. Save.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
It's no secret many Americans are facing economic hardship. And if you have unpaid taxes to the IRS hanging over your head, high increasing interest rates and inflation are driving what many owe to insurmountable levels. At Community Tax, we specialize in resolving your tax problems with the best possible solutions. If you owe back taxes to the IRS, relief programs are now being made available for delinquent taxpayers that can reduce what you owe and give you a fresh start. Our relief services are top-rated by the Better Business Bureau and Consumer Affairs, reducing over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. If you have liens, levies, wage garnishments, or are under audit, we can help. And whether you owe $10,000 or hundreds of thousands, you may qualify for significant savings. Call Community Tax for your free consultation at 800-218-5085. 800-218-5085. That's 800-218-5085.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. Today is Earth Day, but you can celebrate all year round by switching to eco-friendly cleaning products. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Spring is the perfect time to get your orders in for a sumptuous meal from Captain Chucky's. Try the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake, a delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Opening statements today in former President Trump's hush money trial in New York. Trump's attorney, Will Scharf.
As long as the jury focuses on the facts, as long as the jury can see through all the media coverage and all the sensationalism and focus on the actual facts at issue in this case, we believe we have a winning case. And that's what you're going to see play out in court tomorrow with opening arguments.
Scharf on Fox and Friends Weekend. Gas prices continuing to climb. This is oil industry analyst Trilby Lundberg.
The gasoline pump price run-up did continue. We have another 10 cents more in the price. The new price is $3.77 for regular. And it's been rising for 15 weeks now. It's up 59 cents since early January.
Unrest in the Middle East and Ukraine helping to add instability to the crude oil market. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
NBA stars Jimmy Butler, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Zion Williamson, and Kawhi Leonard all out injured Sunday. Giannis and Kawhi got a lift from teammates. Dame Lillard scored 35 points all in the first half to lead the Bucks past the Pacers, and James Harden had 28, helping the Clippers beat the Mavericks. Tyler Reddick survived a final lap crash to win at Talladega with team owner Michael Jordan on site, and Nelly Korda joined Annika Sorenstam and Nancy Lopez as just the third player ever to win 5 straight tournaments on the LPGA Tour, capturing the Chevron Championship. It's the women's first major of the year. No one has ever won 6 in a row. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
If you were to tell me that there is essentially a ring of women, is what it sounds like, in Scottsdale, Arizona, that's up to this level of criminal activity for extortion through sexual means with professional athletes, I would have thought that was even a little bit extreme. And then I see these text messages, these recorded video samplings, and all of the evidence that Trevor Bauer has gathered against his accuser, where I don't see any other way, but she's going to prison. for felony extortion. This is hideous behavior. And if this is something that's normal, the same energy that was shown in going after Trevor Bauer by Major League Baseball, by the media, when the initial allegations were levied against him, I want the same energy and coverage to felony extortion charges going on. And that will be presented in a court of law against this woman, because this is outrageous behavior. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, Judah Cameron here. The Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show is back for 3 days only, April 25th, 26th, and 27th. View brand new inventory and styles not yet available to the public. Save hundreds, possibly thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family and Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 25th, 26th, and 27th for the Viraggio Bridal Show. Book your appointment today at FamilyJewelers.com. That's FamilyJewelers.com.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hey folks, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January of 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at the Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantage status. So text HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Kids 14 and under will love this place when they receive an Alec Bohm t-shirt presented by IBEW Local 98 on Saturday, May 4th at 6:05 when the Phils take on the Giants. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. The Blue Jays make their way to Philadelphia on Tuesday, May 7th at 6:40 and Wednesday, May 8th at 1:05. Secure your seats now to catch the Phils against Toronto at Phillies.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, April 22nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers, coming off of a action-packed weekend. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Monday morning.
Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. Let's do this. Monday morning. Come on. Wake up. Wake up, Delaware Valley. We start at 6 a.m. Come on.
Go
Get
time.
with it. Come on.
Nice day Friday out at Fairmount Park.
Yeah.
Picking up trash.
That's what we were doing.
I was a little sore when I woke up Saturday morning.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Only found one homeless encampment. It wasn't that bad.
Well, thought about taking the TV with me.
Yeah. There's a TV, Dawn, with bullet holes in it. I kid you not.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
But it was the old school TV with like the really big back to it.
Yeah.
We call that the Fonnie Willis TV because it had a big backside. You know what I'm saying? It was like a 14-inch TV just hanging out there in the woods.
I mean, if you're going to be homeless, and I know there's a big Supreme Court case this week that's going to be heard, but if you're going to be homeless, why not get a lakefront property, right?
Right. You squat down there for a while.
Right there on the lake.
Hack somebody's Netflix account.
Yeah.
Have a good old party.
I bet in the homeless world, that's top billing, right?
Top shelf.
Top shelf.
No doubt about
it.
it.
Trump Plaza.
It's like 40 West. We got a lot of good stuff to get to on the show this morning. Title IX, obliterated as we know it by Joe Biden on Friday. Riley Gaines, many females ticked off, certainly justified, rightfully so. We'll talk about that in the big take. Also, an update that Dawn was talking about Friday in the second hour of her show, where we have that assault at Pembroke Middle School. We're going to get into that coming up at the bottom of the hour. Elected officials in this country giving unlimited funding to Ukraine and then waving the Ukrainian flag. We've got video footage of this. Threats to democracy. A man on fire on Friday, legitimately. Not Denzel Washington from Man on Fire, but a man on fire outside of Trump's courthouse on Friday. We'll get to that, the cut sheets loaded, and much, much more. But before we get to all of it, let's get to the news. Around number 1, 6:03, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. This Monday morning, April 22nd, starting quite chilly, 37 degrees, clear skies, warming up to 63 and sunny on this first day of Passover, which of course begins sundown this evening. Classes canceled. Delaware State University, where an 18-year-old girl was shot and killed on campus. Police say they're investigating after the shooting, which happened yesterday. Delaware State University's campus is closed for all classes this morning. This is in Dover, Delaware. Officers say that investigation started about 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday morning, in other words, Saturday night into Sunday. Campus police called to the area of Warren Franklin Residential Hall for reports of shots fired inside the residential hall. Inside, They found an 18-year-old young lady from Wilmington. She's a non-student suffering from a gunshot wound to her upper body. They rushed her to the hospital, and they could not save her life. So she was killed. That investigation underway this morning. The so-called assailants ran or fled from the residential hall. So authorities saying, somebody knows who did this. Please come forward.
I'm imagining there'll be grief counselors probably as well. Yeah.
Grief counselors, but no classes today.
Okay.
So we also have in Philadelphia on the Boulevard, actually 2 bad accidents on the Roosevelt Boulevard over the weekend. But in one of them, a 16-year-old boy was killed. They were driving a red Nissan Rogue SUV when they lost control. Were driving quickly. 3 teenagers were inside this Nissan, speeding, according to witnesses, crashed into a tree. One of the 16-year-old passengers was killed. We don't know if that 16-year-old was wearing their seatbelt, but we know that the driver of a 16-year-old driver is in the hospital recovering. Philadelphia police investigating that one.
Ugh.
And I do not know who the vehicle is registered to. We don't have that information. Whose vehicle is this? Who are these 16-year-olds? They're not being identified. So a 16-year-old dead. Neighbors running to that crash to try to pull these teens out of the vehicle.
Wow.
And try to save them.
Terrible.
We have a first in Philadelphia. The former Philadelphia police officer who shot and killed 12-year-old TJ Siderio. Remember the story, South Philadelphia, more than 2 years ago? Edsol Mendoza, the 28-year-old officer, pleaded guilty on Friday to third-degree murder. This is the first city officer to ever be convicted of murder for an on-duty shooting.
Wow. And this was more than 2 years ago? Because this one doesn't ring a bell for me. This was probably before I moved back up here. But
yeah, a little over 2 years ago.
Okay.
The 12-year-old TJ Siderio had been out with friends that night, and then Officer Mendoza was with a special task force of officers. The 12-year-old at the time was in a group of young people who had fired shots at officers at their vehicle, and this at the time of the reporting. The officer who fired the shot had said that he was returning fire after the officers were shot upon. In this one, Mendoza, the officer who pleaded guilty on Friday, he was charged initially with first-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter. Prosecutors, this is DA Larry Krasner, had said that the officer chased the 12-year-old, then shot him in the back at closer range. It was dark. So this was a March 2022 shooting.
Okay.
Youngest person ever killed by a city police officer. In this one, I'll point out it's third-degree murder. That's the plea deal that Mendoza cut. But the headline this morning: first city officer convicted of murder for an on-duty shooting.
Oh boy! All right.
So we have that one going on. We have a hearing scheduled today. We'll talk about this upcoming. So headlining this one to let you know that it's coming up in just a few minutes, but a hearing scheduled today for a 13-year-old middle schooler accused of brutally attacking another student, a 12-year-old girl. This is North Penn School District, and that 13-year-old boy expected in court facing charges of aggravated assault. So we're updating. This is North Wales, Montgomery County, Pembroke Middle School. There are 2 middle schools, so we want to make sure that you know which one it happened in. There's a lot swirling and a lot developing on this story this morning, so we want to bring it all to you momentarily. Opening statements make history in Manhattan in the felony criminal trial against former President Donald J. Trump. So we'll be talking about this one as well.
I'm still surprised they got through jury selection basically in 3.5 days. I did not see that happening at all.
Yeah, they moved through it. And Trump all over social media talking about it, but he'll be there in court. It's a showdown, and everybody will be there.
Let's get it on.
In Bucks County, this is one of those bizarro stories that's making national news. A woman was killed after a tree fell onto a camper. This is Bucks County over the weekend, Quaker Woods campground in Milford Township. So police say 2 people were inside that camper when the tree fell. They've identified 69-year-old Cynthia Cousins, she was killed when that tree fell onto the camper. Her husband, also inside the camper, he survived. No word yet on whether he was injured.
You said Milford Township, Quaker
Yes.
Woods. I want to say that's right around the intersection. If you get off the Northeast Extension in Quakertown, I think that's kind of right in the 663, 309, that intersection area, if you know the area. That's definitely camper area for sure. That's just an awful story.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah, Milford Township.
What a way to go, though, man.
I know.
I mean,
it's like when we
I
heard
hate
that.
trees. Can I just say this? I want to go on a tree rant for a second. I hate trees. Everybody, I know
they're kind of important.
Our sister station this morning did a whole thing on we plant trees because it's good for the environment. No, I tear down trees because they fall, they do damage. Branches fall.
You might actually be the premier golf course designer in America if you want to be.
No
because
trees.
Every golfer is sick of damn trees.
Yeah,
okay,
enough of trees.
They're 90% air.
Yeah,
by like legitimate like science. Yet they're 100% wood on a golf course.
Exactly. We don't need they do more harm than they do good.
I agree. Get
Thank
rid
you
of
very
trees.
much. I hate trees.
Greg, how much did you apparently have to spend when a tree fell in your yard?
A lot. A lot. Thank you
Stalker's
very
out there
much.
with a chainsaw.
No, I
he's
my
gotta
neighbor.
hire somebody.
My neighbor. I'll give him a free plug. My neighbor, Brennan Tree Service, does a fabulous job.
Okay.
I don't get any freebies. He charges me full rate, but
Good.
it's they're a good company.
Yeah,
but yeah, I hate trees.
Yeah, I do too. The hell with them.
Well, we hate the Knicks.
Yep, I hate them too.
So we
What
had
a disaster that was.
We had a family birthday party over the weekend, and we tried so hard to avoid watching the game. The men, I'm like, oh, where's Larry? Where's my brother-in-law? Where are the men?
They're all inside watching the
They
game.
were down, hidden in the basement. They like ding, 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 snuck down there.
Yeah, where all men should have been watching the Sixers get destroyed.
Man.
We got done golfing on Saturday and went to a little restaurant right outside the golf course and caught the second half. We sat down, look up at the TV at the restaurant, and it's Sixers are down 12 or 13 at the half.
Disgraceful.
And then they come storming out, and it's a game, and then, of course, we know how it ends.
Isn't what happened to Joel Embiid the epitome of his career?
Yes.
Go up there, make a amazing trick shot, and then get injured on the way down.
Yep.
And I know it's not serious.
Every time I see him fall to the ground, I hold my breath.
He's questionable today. I'm sure he'll play.
Yeah.
Not for the entire game, but God, when he was out of that game on Saturday, they looked like dog poop.
They should legitimately keep him in bubble wrap whenever he's not on the basketball floor.
Amen.
The worst. And it's like the Knicks. The Knicks
and they don't have their best player either.
Yeah.
In Julius Randle.
Yeah. Well, the
Or
Knicks
second best player.
The Knicks are basically the Villanova championship team of
They got all these
2016.
Philly kids.
Right?
Yeah.
That was what everybody said. Oh, Villanova.
DiVincenzo,
Brunson, Hart.
Exciting.
and Josh Hart. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
So now we have the Knicks taking on our Sixers. It was 111-104 if you didn't stay up for it or if you were upstairs in the family party. But so now we have game 2 as our Sixers face the Knicks. So come on, got to do this.
Yep.
We also have our Phillies swept the Red Sox. We got that going for
White
us.
Sox.
Excuse me, the White Sox. I'm saying red because I'm thinking of the Cincinnati Reds. This evening they begin.
If you don't sweep the White Sox, I think you get thrown out of the league.
Yeah, that's the rule. You go back down to AAA.
I mean, the fact that we're celebrating a sweep of the White Sox is good. Come on.
The Phillies, Braves, and Mets have all won 6 straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting. The division actually looks pretty competitive so far in the first month.
Yeah, the Phillies after starting off.
Yeah, no,
awfully,
this is a great first month for us.
14-7 or 14-8. Yeah.
I take that all day.
Yep.
So Cincinnati Reds, that series begins this evening.
Yeah, it's like a 10-game road trip now.
Oh.
So.
What are they going to Italy like Dawn?
Nice. And don't forget Rome.
And by the way, I hate trees. Thank you.
Yes, we've established that.
He hates trees and he hates the Knicks. Urgh. So let's talk about our forecast before we get to Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, our sponsor this morning. 42 degrees, clear, feels like 38, a little breezy, a little chilly. Today, though, 63, bright sunny skies. So it will be a beautiful sundown as many across our region, across the nation, Passover begins this evening. And then tomorrow for your Tuesday, we warm up to 68 degrees. Bright sunny skies through Friday, 68 tomorrow, 69 for your Wednesday, Thursday 61, Friday 63. So a beautiful, as Greg Stocker says, a beautiful Tuesday coming up and a beautiful week ahead. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring, now with 3 locations. Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com. Gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. Just a reminder, Mother's Day right around the corner.
Mm-hmm. I've got it in my planner.
Okay, got it in your planner.
I jotted it down.
I know you've been good. Last
Yes.
couple of years, you got the flowers going.
You've been good the last couple of years.
I'm making up for the first 38.
No. May 12th coming up. So
boy.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. It's a good idea.
Yes, it is. All right. Thank you very much, Dawn. From Joseph Anthony to Joseph Biden, let's get to a Monday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire, Title IX, and the Biden administration. I think if you had no horse in the race or no dog in the fight, and you dislike Joe Biden and you dislike Donald Trump equally, you could advertise and promote the 2024 election by framing it this way. Who hates females more? Donald Trump after SCOTUS and overturning Roe v. Wade and returning abortion to the states? Or Joe Biden, as Democrats have obliterated Title IX and all it affords biological females in the world of women's sports? We have argued that the November election will come down to abortion versus the border, a very close second being the economy. But now you can make it even more specific. Could it come down to abortion versus Title IX? I believe you can make that argument. As awful as this news from Friday is, here's the silver lining. The Democrats and progressives just threw the GOP a major lifeline with a demographic that could decide who becomes the 47th president of the United States. In fact, as crazy as it may sound, you can say advantage Republicans. I want you to think about this. 80 to 90% of Americans believe that trans males have zero business in women's sports, locker rooms, and bathrooms. The only ones who do are the fringe, far-left lunatics who are the vocal minority of the Democrat Party. You can actually argue, even though Republicans are 0-9 when abortion is on the ballot in the aftermath of Roe v. Wade, that there are more pro-lifers and pro-lifers with exceptions, percentage-wise, in America than those who have no problem with dudes in lady sports, which makes it a far more compelling debate. And there's almost no debate about trans and Title IX. The major breaking news coming down on Friday, just as Kayal and Company was wrapping up for the week. Headline from Fox News, breaking, Biden dismantles Trump-era Title IX rules and sidesteps the issue of trans athletes in girls' sports. The new provisions are part of a revised Title IX regulation issued by the Education Department, fulfilling a campaign pledge by President Biden. Here is one advocate from the Independent Women's Forum breaking down what this means and how angry biological women are. Listen and watch this.
Today, the Biden administration dropped their much-anticipated rewrite of Title IX. This new rewrite is going to affect women and girls substantially. In the rewrite, they stated that sex is now equivalent to gender identity. What this means is men can take academic and athletic scholarships from women. Men can have full access to women's bathrooms and locker rooms. Men can be housed in women's dorms. And worst of all, students and faculty members alike are going to be forced to use preferred pronouns. Specifically, it is sexual harassment if you do not use the preferred pronouns for an individual. This rewrite undermines all the original efforts of Title IX. It is more important now than ever for us women and girls to speak up against this unlawful rewrite of Title IX. And to the Biden administration, thanks for showing us that you do not stand with women and girls and do not care about all the hard work we've done to fight for our rights.
The Biden administration unveiling new rules aimed at safeguarding LGBTQ+ students and changing the ways in which sexual harassment and assault claims are adjudicated on campus. The new provisions part of a revised Title IX regulation issued by the Education Department. Missing from the new rule, however, is a policy forbidding schools from enacting outright bans on transgender athletes competing against biological females. The Biden administration was widely expected to bring in such a policy, but has instead put the provision on hold. The delay is widely seen as a political maneuver directing and during an election year in which Republicans have rallied around bans on transgender athletes in girls' sports. Under the new rules, sex discrimination includes discrimination based on gender identity as well as sexual orientation. A school must not separate or treat people differently based on sex except in limited circumstances under the provisions, and critics say that the change will allow locker rooms and bathrooms to be based on gender identity. But make no mistake about it, that outright ban that was expected from Biden by many will absolutely go into effect after the election if Joe Biden is successful and wins. The only reason the full ban didn't come as part of this reworked Title IX was because the big guy doesn't want to lose any more females over the issue that could impact their voting decision. And for those unaware, Title IX was created to protect women and girls from discrimination and abuse. But Friday, the Biden administration removed that protection and replaced it with a rule against prejudice based on stereotypes, orientation, identity, and sex characteristics. Under this new rule, elementary schools will lose funding if they tell parents that their 6-year-old uses different pronouns at school or wants to transition, etc. Riley Gaines tweeting the following on Friday: the Biden administration has just officially abolished Title IX as we knew it. Now, sex equals gender identity. In a nutshell, the new rewrite means men can take academic and athletic scholarships from women. Men will have full access to bathrooms, locker rooms, etc. Men could be housed in dorm rooms with women. Students and faculty must compel their speech by requiring the use of preferred pronouns. If the guidelines above are ignored or even questioned, then you can be charged with harassment. Now, while many adults and biological females are afraid to speak out, there are some brave souls out there, and they happen to be children. Here is a video if you are watching on YouTube. There's no audio, but Phil, go ahead and just roll the video if you can, please, and I'll continue. According to reports, 5 middle school female athletes in West Virginia refused to throw the shot put against a biological male named Becky Pepper Jackson. This part of the fallout after 2 days in which the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals blocked the West Virginia law that says you must compete in the category that matches your sex. 13 and 14-year-old teenagers with more courage and common sense than many quiet, cowardly adults. Some other details of the shot put boycott, courtesy of Outkick. On Thursday, several girls stepped out during a meet to protest the inclusion of the transgender girl at the center of this case. The athlete in the case competes for the Bridgeport Middle School girls track and field team in Bridgeport, West Virginia. Bridgeport participated in the 2024 Harrison County Middle School Championships on Thursday afternoon at Liberty High School in Clarksburg, West Virginia. 7 schools comprised the meet: Bridgeport, Heritage Christian, Notre Dame, South Harrison, Lincoln, Mountaineer, and Washington Irving. Several members of one of the girls' shot put teams, quote, stepped in and then stepped out of the circle to protest this inclusion of a transgender athlete in the meet. The transgender athlete competes in both shot put and discus throwing. When each of the Lincoln girls had their names called to compete, they stepped into the ring, but instead of throwing the shot, they stepped right out and refused to participate. They did the same for the discus event. Good on those girls for standing up for common sense. My daughter Mia dances in competitions for her solo performance to a song from Beyonce. It's called Girls Run the World. And I want you to realize this. Make no mistake about it. Girls will run the 2024 general election this fall. The only question is whether the erasing of Title IX outweighs or even offsets the erasing of Roe v. Wade. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire. With all the driving around you do this spring, make sure you are taken care of and your car as well. Schedule an appointment at United Tire. From new tires to oil changes to state inspections, the skilled technicians at United Tire are here to help. Visit UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. When we come back, reaction to what happened on Friday with Title IX, as well as what's going on at Pembroke Middle School, the details, and bias by omission again from the mainstream media. We'll get into that when we come back. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on a Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Win a 2024 BMW 740i X-Drive sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Now through April 27th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance at being one of 1,575 lucky winners. Plus, 2 players will win a 2024 BMW. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on March 30th and April 27th. $1,575,000 Race to the Finish. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm a waitress, so I know the difference between regular shoes and Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. Skechers slip-resistant work shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta primavera.
Thanks.
While regular shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta whoa! And that difference is why I wear Skechers slip-resistant work shoes to keep me safe on my feet. Plus, they're easy to clean and have Skechers exclusive air-cooled memory foam for comfort throughout my shift. Get America's #1 selling work shoe at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever work shoes are sold.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Sun beat down, I had the radio on, I was driving, trees went by.
It's Kayal and Company as we continue. 6:30 live on this Monday morning as we begin another week. Good to have you in, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. So many big stories to get to this morning, from Title IX to Pembroke Middle School to more funding going to Ukraine. Those will be the three big themes and stories of the day here in the first hour and change. We'll get to the follow-up here at Pembroke in just a moment. But Dawn, wanted to get your thoughts and reaction to Title IX as a female yourself. We know the GOP has been in a tough spot since Roe v. Wade was relegated and kicked back down to the states. I'd like to think that what Joe Biden did to females with Title IX on Friday is going to maybe mitigate some of that damage that Republicans might feel with the wrath of the female. And I look at this as somebody that has daughters, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me with this. And I think it's a very tactical move by the Biden administration because they didn't put the full ban in. If they did that, I think that would prevent people from voting for Joe. But if he gets reelected, I think that full ban comes into play, and females are going to be really, really angry about this.
I still think that this was one of the first things Joe Biden did when he got into office. I mean, this was one of his executive orders. Mm-hmm. It's an agenda and a priority for him, and it's very obvious that he's trying to mitigate headlines. But his goal is clear. And to me, he disrespects women and girls, bottom line.
Yep.
In sports, I think he's pandering, but I think if you care about this issue, if you're educated on this issue, and I'm glad Paula Scanlon, who we all know, and she hosted that great local rally in Bucks County, U of Penn, student who herself, has felt the wrath of this situation. So I'm glad that, Riley, Paula, all these young women who have had the courage to come forth. And it's brutal on social media against them, by the way. It's
they get pounded. It's unbelievable. And it's a small percentage of people, which goes to show you, again, Twitter and social media, it's not real life, because 8 or 9 out of every 10 Americans agree with Riley Gaines, and some of them can't speak up in fear of being labeled as transphobic or homophobic. But yet we've got kids in middle schools that are boycotting the shot put because they don't want to compete against the dude. More power to them.
I just want to remind you guys, though, that all of this stuff was on the ballot in the last midterm, whatever, and it lost.
It hasn't gone well in Bucks County either.
No, Any place that these cultural issues, and I hate to use that term, but that's what it is.
It's a culture wars.
Any place that these culture issues are on the ballot, they lose.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm just looking at the records and I'm putting this up against abortion,
sure,
abortion wins hands down.
Yeah,
in my
abortion's
opinion.
got the better track record by far.
Yep.
Which is weird because it's been, like you said, these issues have been on ballots and they haven't succeeded, yet polling has showed that a majority of Americans disagree with it. And obviously you have privacy when you vote. So I'm surprised that the voting has gone the opposite way, to be completely honest. Because if you vote against it, you're not going to be labeled transphobic because nobody knows how you voted. It's in secrecy.
Now, when there's a general election and there's more people that come out to actually vote than do in midterms and all that stuff, maybe it's a different story.
Valid.
Although I don't think it will be.
All right. Speaking of females and bravery, this is not a brave, courageous act. This was a cowardly act, and we talked about it last week. And I know, Dawn, you had some stuff on this in the second hour of your show on Friday. As this has gone national, heck, it's gone international because the Daily Mail has it. Girl who warned teachers about trans female student, 13 years old, with a hit list, bravely calls them out as she reveals in horrifying detail how the attacker beat her friend with a Stanley Cup, which are those big glorified Yetis, if you don't know what a Stanley is, while screaming, quote, "I'm going to murder you." This is right here in our own backyard, Montgomery County. You have this story here. I'm going to just give you a few highlights here, and I want to play this clip of audio from 6ABC as well. But the Daily Mail frames it this way. A brave Pennsylvania girl has spoken out furiously against teachers and administrators at her school after a transgender student savagely beat her friend using a Stanley Cup. The incident took place at Pembroke Middle School on Wednesday when the 13-year-old blindsided the 12-year-old female in the school cafeteria using the cup, hitting her on the head and creating an open wound. School Superintendent Todd Bauer said that the attack, which was caught on security camera, was, quote, deeply disturbing in a statement on Thursday's board meeting for the school. However, as one unidentified student bravely said, not only did she warn the teachers and the bullying student about a hit list, but she added that she was the next one to get assaulted had it not been stopped. Quote, "You could have stopped it. It was 5 hours from when I told you it was going to happen. I don't get how you couldn't have stopped that." She added that there was a girl with which this bully was targeting every day at lunch. The assailant was blunt enough to scream, "I'm going to murder you," repeatedly at the student. A teacher responded to her saying, "Don't worry about it. It's not gonna happen." She added that once the attack began, it lasted 28 minutes, despite the school board claiming it was just 8 minutes. Now, we have this clip from 6ABC. I found this on Saturday. And so this is after the incident. This is after the school board meeting. And I believe after a lot of these details came out. I want to play this clip for you because this is exactly what Dawn talks about when we hear bias by omission from the media. Listen to the 6ABC News recap of this story.
And now the details. A 12-year-old was hospitalized after being attacked by another student at Pembroke Middle School. Authorities say the student was hit in the head with a Stanley tumbler. Race and culture reporter Taronda Thomas joins us from North Wales tonight. And Taronda, you saw video of that brutal assault, and you, I guess, describe it as graphic, huh?
It is. It really is hard to watch. You know, police here in Upper Gwinnett Police are not releasing that video, but I did see it, and it's so hard to watch because in it you see a girl get hit over and over in the head by one of those big metal Stanley Cups. She's left bloody and stunned, and parents say this all could have been prevented if the school would have heeded their warning.
The students went to the counselor yesterday and said, "We heard something's going to happen at lunch today."
That was the warning Stephanie Polivkak says staff at Pembroke Middle School got Tuesday. By Wednesday afternoon, panic.
And when you get a phone call from your child who's crying, saying, "Mom, help, there's blood everywhere."
A 7th grade girl injured in what Upper Gwinnett police describe as a, quote, unprovoked, sudden, violent attack. It happened inside the school's cafeteria.
Next thing they heard was a bang, hitting her in the head with a Stanley Cup.
The girl's injury so severe she had to get staples in her head and is on concussion protocol.
The fear in these kids' voices, like this had to be such a brutal attack because so many kids were screaming and crying.
Pembroke Middle School was put on hold for 8 minutes. The principal sent a letter to parents that says in part, quote, "The safety of our students is of the utmost importance. I ask that parents speak with their children about the consequences of fighting."
This isn't a fight. This is simply an assault.
One those parents say came after the alleged attacker had been at the school for only 3 days.
There was multiple parents who reached out about this child making threats.
What happened between that warning and the attack?
Stephen Ross says his son went to the student's previous school.
The person came out from the trees and brandished a knife on my son and his friend.
In a letter to parents, North Penn's superintendent denies the student was transferred to this school after being expelled for violent behavior at another school. His letter goes on to say, quote, "As a school district, we aspire to provide a safe and supportive learning environment for our students and staff, something parents say is not apparent."
And I'm going to be any other child's voice so this never happens again, because somebody needs to be held accountable for this.
All right, so there you have it. That's good enough. There's a little bit more here. But did you notice there was an omission? There was not one time in that long clip that we played that 6ABC made zero mention of the student being transgendered. This is unbelievable to me. So you have an attacker with a history of doing this. There's a reputation of this child being aggressive towards other students. There was a 5-hour warning. And in this LGBTQ plus world we live in, the identity obsession, they always want, here's my pronouns. I'm going to advertise my identity until your head explodes. Yet the mainstream media will not share that identity when it blows up the narrative of the trans community is under attack. Dawn, I can't tell you the last time we've covered a story where a non-LGBTQ plus community member attacked a trans student. And it's not to paint with a broad brush, but there's a real anger issue with a lot of these trans individuals, and this is another one right here in our backyard.
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, there is a hearing today. The 13-year-old is expected to be charged with aggravated assault, and we'll find out more in court. So because it's juvenile court, it's protected, and that's why we're not naming people.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened on Friday was, and there's a they've created a Facebook page, North Penn United, where they're talking about this. But what happened Friday was we had, moms, I had been texting because I have a lot of relatives in that school district, in that area. We had people calling in with information about this. What's interesting to me is there was one mom in particular who stated that, yes, this 13-year-old, this very 13-year-old who'll be in juvenile court today, was at her daughter's school, the other middle school, and was a real problem to the point that every gym period when the daughter had gym, she would pick her daughter up, pull her out of school, and then bring her back because she was bullied so badly.
Right.
She said in the past few weeks, the bully wasn't at school and they didn't know where the bully went. And even the mom said, gee, maybe this person who clearly has mental health issues is getting some help. They didn't know where this person went until this story broke this week. And then she said that, yes, this individual was transferred.
Yep.
That's a contradiction to what we're hearing from the superintendent. So we'll get more clarity today. Is this indeed the same person? In the defense of 6ABC, I truthfully think the reporter on the case, who I know, probably they just said, we don't know about the gender. Because initially I heard it was a girl. Then we heard, then I was told unequivocally, no, it's a boy.
Mm-hmm.
But that led us then to believe, okay, no, this person identifies as something different.
Yeah.
But the police report, I believe, says this is a boy.
Mm-hmm.
What was the what's the sex this person was born as?
A boy.
A boy.
Okay.
The alleged attacker.
Yes.
By the way, the reporter, and I know you know her, but she's the cultural and race reporter for 6ABC.
We've got departments for that now.
Oh God!
If that doesn't tell you agenda, what will? Right? Like
and puppet head Rick Williams throwing. Oh, this is the race and culture reporter.
Puppet head Rick.
Oh God! These
Well,
no offense, Todd. These news anchors are they're just so stiff and shows a personality.
Yeah, the glory days of people like Dawn are over.
I know.
That ship has sailed for that industry, right? But like, this is what I don't understand. So we're having
These are all, it's awkward for me because
I know. No, I'm not saying.
I'm not asking you to
They're all
bury any of your friends.
You know these people. I get it, but I can
Twanda's
say
a football mom. Like I know her. You know what I mean?
I can
So I'm
say
like,
it.
oh,
I can say it.
They're wonderful people.
So we have conflicting reports, but either one's egregious. So
does she has a son at the school that we.
Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah. I'm not going to be welcome. I'm not going to be welcome there anymore.
You're not going to that football game this year.
Sorry about that.
You're staying home this Saturday.
She's a football mom.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But part of it is and this is, I mean, this is getting down in the weeds, but sometimes as a news reporter, you're told you're not. Did you notice that she artfully did cartwheels backwards not to even say whether the attacker, to say the boy accused the girl.
Yep.
She said the student. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they're saying just don't deal with it.
Yeah, we got to do all these vocabulary gymnastics these days.
Exactly.
It's just outrageous. But the conflict here, and both of them are unacceptable. She added that the attack lasted 28 minutes. The school board says, no, it was 8 minutes. I don't care if it was 8 minutes, 18 minutes, or 28 minutes. How does an attack in a cafeteria at a school go on for 8 minutes? Where's the adult supervision? Where's the custodians or the principal? Or I remember in cafeteria time in lunch in 5th period or 6th period for us, there would be a few teachers that weren't teaching a class that were monitoring. They'd stand in the corner, they'd walk around and make jokes to you, talk to little pockets of students if they had a relationship with. How does an attack go on even for eight minutes?
Let alone 28.
Yes.
The next time you guys tease me about saying that I think kids should be allowed to have their cell phones in school, just remember this story. Because these kids were able to call mom and dad at home. I don't know why I don't know if the victim, who's only 12, she did the right thing. She went to the school at least twice in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning.
And the footage, there's no video like whoever recorded this, nobody's posted it from a cell phone?
They haven't posted it.
Yeah.
It's evidence, and you get into the weeds here because these are 12 and 13-year-olds, and then there are other kids because it's a crowded lunchroom.
Right.
So it will eventually come out because it's evidence in a courtroom.
Mm-hmm. And charged with aggravated assault, serious charge for sure. But the reality is, with one of those big metal Stanleys, especially for the duration in which this occurred, 8 minutes or 28 minutes, you could conceivably kill somebody if you hit him repeatedly hard enough with one of these Stanleys. I mean, this is not like a plastic water bottle. You fill these things up with coffee or whatever. These things are like 2-3 pounds. They're heavy.
And you think about that. This is terrifying. And then you think about the fact that she has a physical recovery. The school was also quick to say, and everybody was reporting, oh, good news, the victim here is out of the hospital and is going to be okay. I don't know how many staples and stitches the victim, the 12-year-old girl, has in her head, but I can tell you that's not a quick recovery. She's on a concussion protocol.
Yep.
We don't know the long-term effects of this. I mean, this is horrifying.
Sergeant Mark Fu, who's in our YouTube chat, says there is footage of this.
There is
No,
footage.
there is.
Okay. I have yet to see it online or social media.
Yeah,
I knew they had security footage, but
there's absolutely multiple pieces of footage.
But because of the age.
But because of the age,
Gotcha.
it hasn't been released.
Yep.
But let me just propose something.
Yep.
If the victim's family files suit, which I think that they probably will, because they could claim negligence. And so I'm not a lawyer, but,
right.
I'm just saying as a parent, I would, because there's enough here. This girl for 5 hours prior to this was saying, this kid is threatening me. This kid's going to hurt me. This kid's going to kill me. And so if the parents file suit, let's just say, under discovery laws, the lawyer would get the video. That's the opportunity where we will see it.
Okay.
And in my opinion, and not to glamorize it, they can blur out parts of it, but the public deserves to see this and understand what's going on. And in the name of what? Partisan politics or protecting certain interest groups, we're going to allow kids to be victimized?
I agree. Yeah. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Ukraine coming up in the second hour of the show. It's Kayal and Company, Monday morning. Back after this.
Do you want a greener, healthier lawn that's also safer for your family and for your pets? You want to call my lawn care company Natural Lawn of America. I've been a customer for years. Trust me, You're going to love the results. Maybe too much. You should see my lawn looks like a jungle right now. It's so green. No, haven't cut the lawn yet. So it's long, it's lush, it's beautiful. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, fewer weeds for more than 35 years now. They have certified specialists. They tailor their treatments to your lawn's specific needs. So my guy is Tony. So I told you before, Italy, he had identified some, I don't know, it was like hairy something, all, these names of weeds, I don't know. But they identify the issue, but they have environmentally friendly approaches that reduce the needs for all those chemicals to create a safer lawn for your family and, of course, for your pets to enjoy. Natural Lawn is locally owned, family operated in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. They are competitively priced. They have a satisfaction guarantee. I trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. You should too. Just give them a call today. The limited time offer does expire the end of this month, tick-tock, and this offer is free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. They're going to seed your lawn every single year, free of charge. 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED, naturallawn.com. Learn more. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Join the Delaware County Link to Aging and Disability Resources for a wills and end-of-life planning information session featuring guest elder law estate planning and real estate specialist Dana Breslin of Breslin, Murphy & Roberts and other legal professionals to present and assist with the first steps of creating wills and estate planning and for Q&A sessions. The event will take place at Redwood Community Center on April 29th from 1:30 p.m. till 3 p.m. Call 610-499-1978 to register today.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that? Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it. Come on. Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 6:54, Kayal and Company, as we get ready to wrap up the first hour of the show. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. Cut sheet absolutely loaded at 7:45. We'll get to Mike Johnson, the House, $95 billion Ukraine funding. Also, a high school soccer game canceled because 30 migrants refused to leave the field, or as they say in soccer, the pitch. And as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour here, if you remember, if you're watching on YouTube, you'll see the graphic now. Remember our crazy plane lady from Texas that had a meltdown on that flight because she lost her earbuds?
Oh, yeah.
You're seeing it right now on YouTube. Well, she's back in the news, sporting off a bikini and holding a can of, if you recall, ultra-right beer. The beer for conservatives, 100% woke-free American beer.
She's becoming an influencer.
She's a total
I hate
influencer
society.
now. So do I.
hate society.
But the visual's quite compelling. And she says, "Oh, by the way, I wonder how many people I'm going to piss off with this post. So is now an appropriate time to tell y'all that men don't belong in women's sports?" So even she is jumping into the culture wars, pimping beer, and looking quite well in the process. Crazy chicks need loving too.
Another grifter, but yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You do you.
Yep.
Jesse Waters had her on it. I
Of
think,
course he did.
Of course he did. You know, because she's smart and nice.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
And looks awesome in a bikini, maybe. But I think that
Real great
kind of
show he
launched
has
her.
there. A real great show.
I knew Stalker would get a kick
So
out of
worth
that.
it. So
I
worth it.
plotted it perfectly. We had about 64 seconds to talk about it. That's all he could handle. I wanted to squeeze it in.
you.
Round it up.
Hour 2 is up next. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at goguida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Rebates, and tax credits. This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Now is the time to replace that old heating and cooling equipment that you've been putting off replacing. Did you know that between PICO, the manufacturers, and federal tax credits, we can save you up to $3,800? Look, we know that replacing your HVAC equipment isn't cheap, so call our family-owned and run company and let our expertise in this area help you get high-efficiency, reliable equipment for a fair price. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinecans.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Alan Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid.
My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company. Hour number 2 underway on this Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. At 1210 WPHT, social media. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. We'll get to MAGA Mike Johnson coming up in just a few moments. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 on this Monday at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon this sunny Monday morning, April 22nd, 38 degrees this morning. We'll tell you how warm it will get today, and we're in for a real treat weather-wise. Classes canceled at Delaware State University's campus in Dover. Classes canceled today after a shooting on campus at a residence hall, Warren Franklin Residential Hall, in which shots were fired. An 18-year-old was killed over the weekend. She died, according to police, of a gunshot wound to her upper body. We don't have the details, no reports on suspects, but this 18-year-old is not a student, non-resident, who was there at Warren Franklin Residential Hall, presumably with a group of other individuals, the guest, perhaps of other students, obviously. We don't have a lot of details on this, just police saying they're searching for a suspect. This is in Delaware, and it's making national news as a teenage young lady was shot over the weekend. We also have grief counselors, as Nick pointed out in our earlier hour, grief counselors on hand for those students who need it. We have a 16-year-old who was killed in an accident on the boulevard, and this was one of multiple accidents over the weekend. We've heard about the red light cameras and how effective they are. A lot of people say, you know what, those red light cameras on the Roosevelt Boulevard in Philadelphia really aren't effective in the sense that people know where they are, and so they slow down at the red light camera, speed up at the other parts. So that one is a subject of social media, but as well, the 16-year-old boy killed in this crash with a 16-year-old driver, at least 13 teenagers in the vehicle, the driver in stable condition this morning, this under investigation. Who owned the red Nissan that they were driving? We don't know that information. We just know that it was speeding yesterday and that it crashed, that neighbors ran in to help. They were able to call police and authorities and first responders, but the emergency department doctors could not save the life of a 16-year-old passenger who was killed in that crash. That crashed into a tree.
Yeah, that might be the biggest fear I have as a parent, especially with twin daughters. When they turn 16, assuming they get their license right away and we get them a used, beat-up 1994 Ford Taurus, like I'm going to be one of those guys, one of those fathers just on pins and needles the first time they go out in the vehicle without like mom or dad.
Luckily for you, you have a personal relationship with the Piazza Auto Group.
Yes.
So I'm sure you.
I'm not so concerned about the safety of the vehicle. It's the occupants behind the wheel.
You'll get hooked up and get a good, nice little lease deal for the girls, and get a safe new vehicle.
I'm going to install like a secret camera in there so I can track what they're doing. I'm going to be like the federal government spying on my daughters.
Well, that is the beautiful piece of it, that you know where your kids are at all times nowadays.
That's true.
And you even know, let's say they're at the junior prom and then they go to the after party, you can text them and say, please charge your phone or I will come now and pick you up. Because I can see that your battery's on 5.
It's just nauseating.
What goes on at these after parties, Dawn?
Oh, come on. We were all there. Of course we know what was going on.
Yeah,
There's a lot of sex and a lot of drinking.
Would you stop it?
No, I'm just telling you.
They're playing,
okay.
They're playing pool and Twister.
It's
topless Twister.
Everybody gets some at prom, right?
Oh
I want my Nick, Tony, Greg.
Continue.
Yes, sir. Where's Kevin? Where's I keep hearing the Home Alone mom.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Where's Uncle Frank?
Yes, State Representative Kevin Boyle. What are the headline in an opinion piece this morning in the Philadelphia Inquirer? State Representative Kevin Boyle is present and accounted for, at least in Harrisburg. The Philadelphia Democrat is wanted by police, yet a rules change in the state house gives the Democrats the power to cast votes in his name, even as he still evades capture.
So is he physically in Harrisburg in office right now?
Well, we don't know exactly where he is, but he's in his name. He's quote unquote voting.
So is he officially a fugitive from justice right now?
He's on the lam.
Oh my God,
it's awesome.
We can't find the guy. We can find Danilo Cavalcante. We can't find this cat.
It's crazy. I'll just say, and we've talked about this. Imagine if this guy had an R behind his name. It'd be international news.
The National Guard would have been brought up. Oh my God, yeah.
Feds would find him, no doubt.
By the way, 91LSX on the YouTube chat says Nick's going to monitor his kid's car like an Aaron Andrews hotel room.
Wow. Wow. That's kind of creepy.
That is a little creepy.
That is amazing.
That's a story.
That dude might have the best comments on YouTube.
Yeah, he's pretty swift.
Yeah.
Indeed. We also have, of course, today history will be made during the opening statements of a criminal trial like we've never seen before in this nation, with a former president of the United States of America and, the contender, the main contender running against Joe Biden in this Manhattan courtroom. What a circus, but prosecutors' opening statements and opening arguments will be made before the jury.
By the way, a programming note.
Yes.
Today at 5 p.m., Rich Zioli will have a special guest.
Ooh.
That's all I can say.
Okay.
A special guest
Can we
that
take-
may or may not have to do with the news story Dawn just read.
Will it be Trump himself?
Can we take guesses as to who the guest will be and see if we're right?
I mean, I'm not here to confirm nor deny
That's
anything.
fine. We'll just jot them down and be on the record.
Okay.
I'm going to say it's Alan Dershowitz.
It's not.
Trump has called into the Zioli show before, so could call maybe after if the judge lets him out of court finally. He'll maybe Trump himself will be calling in
5 p.m. today. 5 p.m. today. As soon as he's done with his court. Wait a minute. What did I say? Sorry. I mean, tune in at 5 p.m. today. There's a special guest.
Note to self: if you're having like a surprise birthday party, don't tell Stalker.
Sorry. No, Greg means Sean Farish.
Sean Farish.
Sean's going to call in to Rich today.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Also today, we do have Sixers face the Knicks, face the Knicks in Game 2 tonight after that devastating loss over the weekend.
Although, in fairness, they would probably struggle against me as well.
Sure. It's a good point. That's a good point.
We have our Phils sweeping the White Sox and beginning a new series with the Red Sox beginning tonight. So at least our Phils won against the White Sox. And then we have Passover beginning sundown this evening, continuing this week, just ahead of primary day beginning tomorrow. Remember, a lot of schools canceled school tomorrow so that everybody can get out the vote. So that's going on tomorrow, Pennsylvania's primary day. The forecast, full forecast for you. A beautiful sunny week ahead. And so today, and really the warm-up begins tomorrow, I should say. 42 degrees right now, but we warm up today to 63. Tomorrow and Wednesday, we're looking at near 70 degrees, 68, 69 degrees for the next 2 days starting tomorrow, then cooling off to more normal temperatures for the latter part of the week with low 60s, but still a bright sunny stretch for you all through the week. So a lovely last day of April. Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live today. The secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are always available. josephanthony.com. Thank you, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Wawa, where you can spice up your sandwich routine. Try a Honey Hot Club, panini, ciabatta, or hoagie from Wawa. Made fresh when you order it. Got to have a Wawa. Yeah, we're not opposed to a Wawa food drop for breakfast.
Nice. Come on, Wawa. Where are you?
I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, give us some play here at 7:10 in the morning.
There we go. Time to give MAGA Mike Johnson a little play. I'm officially done with this guy. Thankfully, I was golfing on Saturday, and I did not see this until late Saturday night once I got home, as the House easily passes a Ukraine and Israel aid funding bill, notching what they are saying is another win for Mike Johnson on the mainstream media, yet many Republicans, I believe rightfully so, ticked off about this, as the House on Saturday approved a series of bills providing tens of billions of dollars in foreign aid to embattled U.S. allies overseas. The legislation marrying military aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan with humanitarian assistance for Gaza. The total bill is $95 billion, $60 billion of which goes to Ukraine. And here's the infuriating part of this, 2 parts of this. Number one, it passed almost, I'm not going to say unanimously, but by a massive margin, a vote of 311 to 112, almost 200 more yays over no, meaning that basically half of House Republicans were on board with this. And then on top of it, you have to watch what I think is a very nauseating scene on the floor as House Republicans and Democrats in solidarity begin waving the Ukraine flag. And you can see the video right here if we can roll this. This is on C-SPAN. They've got the graphic up of yay, or yeah and nay, present. People just waving the flag for Ukraine, all these little miniature Ukraine flags. And there's other different angles on social media, different views. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene videotaped one of this. So ask yourself this. Why does this country, why do House Republicans, some of them, not all of them, but some of them, why do they value protecting Ukraine's border more than they value protecting our border? $95 billion, 60 of which goes to Ukraine. And it's not only common sense people out there that are ticked off about this. In a statement to Bill Malugin of Fox News, the Border Patrol Union has responded saying, quote, "We are beyond disappointed that the House would give aid to secure the borders of foreign countries, but gave nothing to allow the Border Patrol to secure the safety of the United States. There's nothing more backwards. I wouldn't have expected this even with taxpayer dollars. They could have given us policy, and that would have been enough." That's Brandon Judd, the president of the National Border Patrol Council. And it's amazing that we actually have people that we elect, that we finance, that we bankroll, that we support through tax dollars, and they can't protect our border, but another $60 billion for Ukraine and Zelensky. Find you somebody in this lifetime that loves you as much as Joe Biden loves Volodymyr Zelensky, and you will be treated and pampered like a king or a queen. This is unbelievable.
Do you guys think that this spending for this, giving money to Ukraine, is as popular as the people in Congress think it is?
No. I think we've
Are we out of touch? For
okay. we have seen people.
I agree with you.
Polled.
I'm just curious.
A lot of polls have shown the support for supporting and funding Ukraine has gradually diminished to almost, I think the last time I looked at it a couple of months ago, it was about 50-50. I would think at this point it's probably below that. And I'm just thinking like this, from a common sense perspective, like why do we continue to invest in with no exit strategy? We're going on, 2 years and, almost 3 months now? This started in, February of 2022? And there's no exit strategy here? We just gave $300-some million back in the fall. It's been a handful of months since we've given more funding, and now we sign off another $60 billion. And all we were told, when Kevin McCarthy was ousted and they found this Mike Johnson guy, most of us didn't realize who the hell he even was, from Louisiana. Oh, they call him MAGA Mike. He's a staunch conservative. He's been nothing more than an aid and a boost to Democrats in the House and in the Senate. This guy is just a disaster. I'm done with this guy.
Some bullet points, $95 billion. The package includes aid, and they have to do the final vote, which we expect that'll happen today or tomorrow. But Ukraine, but as well, it's also Israel, Indo-Pacific, Taiwan. Others will get aid, sanctions against Russia, China, Iran, and it includes a REPO Act and TikTok ban legislation.
Yeah, that TikTok ban.
Here it comes.
It's happening, guys.
Yep. There you go. I want to read this quote because I'm going to be in total agreement with this. I think sometimes she can be a bit of a troll, and I think she's like a wannabe Trump Jr., but Carrie Lake just absolutely nails it here with this quote. She says, "We've got to have a huge come-to-Jesus moment with these people. By the way, I want everybody in the House of Representatives to know you're representing the people of America. And it's about time you start caring about the people of this country instead of caring so much about the border and Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. Americans are suffering, and we demand that you start representing us." And Trump's made a great point in the past. Why are European nations not funding more of this? Why are we footing the bill for all of this? Again, with no exit strategy in sight, 27 months into this nonsense. Another $60 billion for Zelensky. Must be nice.
I mean, I will say in Mike Johnson's defense, and he made a statement where he said we'd rather send bullets overseas than send our boys and our troops and that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. I think that part of this is that we are stuck in a horrifying position. And you think about what happened between Iran and Israel last week. This is the position that we never should have been in the first place.
Correct.
So we're in a very tough spot because to do nothing is also a sign of weakness and allows all of these aggressors in the world to watch that and see the weakness.
Oh, yes.
And so that's the weak spot that Biden has placed us in.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely correct. And no exit in sight, much like many other things when it comes to foreign policy with this guy. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up in just over 25 minutes. Before we get there, we have to get to the latest NBC News poll that shows the enthusiasm for this election has just hit a 20-year low.
Shocking.
The details when we continue. Kayal and Company, back after this.
I got burned on Saturday, but I have faith. I have faith in the Philadelphia 76ers. I'm taking the Sixers tonight +5 against the New York Knicks. The road to the NBA Finals starts now, and new customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino can go on their own playoff run with $150. Just place any $5 bet, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg to get started right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. By the way, if you don't want to take the Sixers tonight at +5, there's all kinds of player props you can take. First basket, the method of first basket, number of dunks, player points, player rebound, player assists, so much. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready to fiesta like there's no mañana at the Spring on Tap Beer Festival on Cinco de Mayo from noon to 6 p.m. at Veterans Island in Cooper River Park. We've got everything you need to have a great time, including local craft beers from Axe and Arrow Brewing, Kings Road Brewing, Double Nickel Brewing, Mechanical Brewing, Zig Meister Brewing, Brotherton Brewing, and Wims Brewing. Mouthwatering food trucks, live music to get you moving, and vendors to shop till you drop. We've got a musical performance by LeCompte. No tickets needed.
Trying to find a way to thank Mom for all she's done, but having trouble deciding? Something handmade was nice when you were a kid, and chocolates and flowers are fine. But if you want to get Mom something unforgettable, get her a unique piece of jewelry from Cozy. Nothing beats Cozy's 5 C's: color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Stop in at Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom, and they'll help you pick out the perfect Mother's Day gift. Step up to the 5th C at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at cozyjewelers.com.
It's the April sell down going on now at Hessert Chevrolet. Get behind the wheel of a 2024 Chevrolet Equinox LS. Lease it today for only $239 a month. Philly's largest Chevy dealer has the inventory you want at a price nobody else can beat. Don't miss the April sell down going on now at Hessert Chevrolet. Online at HessertChevy.com.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
$23.49 down, 10,000 miles per year, 10 cents every mile over. MSRP $29,130. Must qualify for Tier 1 leasing and lease loyalty through GM Financial. Taxes, tags, and other fees not included. Offer expires April 30th, 2024. See dealer for details.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. PNC Bank, we're committed to making a difference in the lives of our customers and communities by helping them move forward financially. As a Main Street bank, we try to do right by our customers with every encounter. Our local teams offer personalized financial advice to help guide you in making the best decision. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. PNC Bank. See how we can make a difference for you at PNC.com. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi,
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. Today is Earth Day, but you can celebrate all year round. Make the switch to eco-friendly cleaning products, or make your own from ingredients like Castile soap and vinegar. Spend more time outside instead of watching TV and using electricity, and walk or bike to close destinations. That way, both you and the Earth can celebrate. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
This is the time of year to enjoy life. Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It's a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Now, this life-changing treatment is available for you. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who've reclaimed their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Live your best life this spring and summer. Great use of your tax refund check, by the way. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Yo, Royers Ford. What? You know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 726, Monday morning. Cut sheet just about 20 minutes away. We will get to a news story. Latest NBC News polling is out. 20-year low for Americans in their interest in an election. We'll give you the details coming up next segment. But just to put a bow on some of the stuff that we were talking about to start the second hour here with the border, with the Ukraine funding that happened over the weekend and the neglect at our border. Obviously, I think we are all feeling the border and or migrant pinch. We were talking about it this past Friday when we had our buddy Charlie on the show who called in to expose what was happening in Delco with local hospitals. And then you get this story coming out of the weekend from the New York Post. And we know New York is also dealing with their migrant issues as a New York City high school soccer game had to be canceled after a group of about 30 migrants refused to leave the field even after cops showed up at the scene. This story courtesy of the New York Post. A high school soccer game at a public field in East Harlem was canceled this weekend after a group of migrants refused to leave the pitch so that the kids could play. Quote, I directly asked them to leave, and some of them kind of took it into consideration, but then 4 or 5 of them said, quote, you know what, F it. We don't have to leave, and we can do whatever we want, said Eric Johansson, the coach of the Manhattan Kickers 17-year-old boys travel team. About 40 boys from both teams showed up on Sunday at Thomas Jefferson Park for the 5 p.m. match, but a group of about 30 men who appeared to be African migrants that spoke very little English wouldn't leave even when the cops decided to show up. And to resolve the conflict, the cops asked to see a copy of the club team's city permit. How about this? Instead of asking the high school team to see the city permit, I mean, I can't imagine 2 high school teams with coaches, with referees and officials showing up, don't have a permit to play on the field. How about instead of doing that, we just arrest the migrants for being on a field that they have no right to be on for said specific period of time? I don't know. That to me sounds like trespassing 101. But no, we asked the high school team for a permit. This is just another disgrace. I mean, you're probably 17, 16, 18, whatever it is when you're a high schooler playing soccer. And I don't know, maybe you're into politics. Maybe you pay attention to the basic news. You've heard a thing or two about the border and our migrant crisis. Maybe you don't. But like, is that the moment where, as like a soccer coach, you kind of inform your team, hey kids, not to get political, but you see what's going on in this country right now? We have an open border, and we can't even get on the pitch for a match today because of what's going on in this city. This is just failed leadership, is it not? Right?
Yeah.
You know, from Mayorkas to Biden, all the way down to local officials, and kids got to deal with that now? What a sin, as Dawn would say.
It is a sin. This is the upside down world we live in.
Right. This is like, instead of locking up the criminals, we lock up the products in a Walmart or a Target. And instead of arresting trespassers, we say, yeah, we're just showing up here. We heard there's a disturbance. I've got a 1097. 1097, you know, they do those little things in their walkie-talkie. I've got a 1097 here. And you show up. I'm going to need to see your permit, coach. So, there you go.
Is 1097 the correct nomenclature for it?
I think I heard it in a movie once. 855-839-1210. All right, coming up next, the first time today, we'll talk a little bit about Donald Trump and Joe Biden and the race for the White House this November. Americans, we've told you, they're not feeling it, but how bad is it? It's a 20-year low. The details coming up next. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm so happy to talk about my good friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. For me, and I know for you, it's so important to be comfortable with the people who come into your home for things like maintenance and repairs. Trust me, you get that with Carrie, Bill, and their entire AMC team. With a wealth of experience and a dedication to their field, the professionals of AMC take such pride in their work, and they believe in delivering quality at a fair price. They're going to work until that job is done correctly. I think one of the testaments to the high quality of their company is that you see the same great crew working together for so many years. Another thing that stands out to me is they do not earn commission and never sell customers anything you don't need. You can trust AMC is going to make the proper repair or install the appropriate system for your home. Their technicians are not actually commissioned salespeople in disguise. AMC keeps to their schedule. They communicate openly. And believe it or not, the warm weather is going to be here before we know it. You're going to want your AC, your air conditioning, your HVAC all ready, good to go to keep your home nice and cool. Right now is the time to call my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, AMC. Just call them today for that spring tune-up. Put this on the calendar, schedule it, and get an awesome discount. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com, AMC. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Every day, Cintas service reps help businesses get ready for the workday. They provide freshly laundered workwear delivered every week. Mats, mops, restroom and cleaning supplies. First aid and safety products to help your employees stay safe. They even test and inspect fire extinguishers and emergency lights. Cintas helps keep your business running smoothly. See what Cintas can do for you. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm a waitress, so I know the difference between regular shoes and Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. Skechers slip-resistant work shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta primavera.
Thanks.
While regular shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta whoa! And that difference is why I wear Skechers slip-resistant work shoes to keep me safe on my feet. Plus, they're easy to clean and have Skechers exclusive air-cooled memory foam for comfort throughout my shift. Get America's #1 selling work shoe at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever work shoes are sold.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JPMorgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies. And we can probably help you, too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
When meeting with Wall Street behind closed doors, it's impossible to know whether you're receiving objective advice or a deceptive sales pitch. Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings, providing a legally binding guarantee that your best interests come first.
Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Wall Street definitely lacks any fiduciary responsibility. Stockbrokers don't record their meetings because they don't want to commit to exactly what they say. Behind closed doors, do they really have my best interests at heart? It's quite a nice feeling to know that by recording their meetings, Crash Proof Retirement guarantees a full fiduciary responsibility, which means that you come out on top, and I'm not worried about them trying to nickel and dime me.
Learn why recording financial meetings guarantees peace of mind. Register for one of the Crash Proof events on May 15th at the Washington Crossing Inn. Choose either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. event. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get ready for spring with NJDiet.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers, and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices because we need the room for all of our construction vehicles. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krepnick, President of Cherry Hill Volvo.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 736, Monday morning. It's going to be a beautiful week. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210 is how you jump aboard. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. More riots and protests at the Ivy League institutions, now at Yale University in the overnight hours last night into this morning. Might be time to end all public funding to any of these Ivy League institutions until further notice, until they get their anti-Semitism under control on all of these campuses. It's unbelievable. But let's get to the election coming up this November. And I think this is a fascinating story, and I think there's two takeaways from this. So election interest hits a new low in the tight matchup between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. This courtesy of NBC News. The share of voters who say they have high interest in the 2024 election has hit a nearly 20-year low at this point in a presidential race. That, according to the latest national NBC News poll. For what it's worth, you have both a Democrat pollster and a Republican pollster, Jeff Horowitz of the Hart Research Associates, and also a Republican pollster, Bill McInturf of Public Opinion Strategies. And they agree with the results of this survey and put out a joint statement saying, quote, Americans don't agree on much these days, but nothing unites the country more than voters and their desire to tune this election out. That's a strong statement. Two quotes here. Quote, I don't think Biden has done much as a president, and if Trump gets elected, I just feel like it's going to be the same thing as it was before Biden got elected. That was one poll respondent, Devin Fletcher, 37 of Wayne, Michigan, a Democrat who said he's still voting for Biden. Quote, I just don't feel like I have a candidate that I'm excited to vote for, Fletcher added. Another poll respondent from New Jersey who declined to provide her name and voted for Biden in 2020 said she would not be voting in November, saying, quote, our candidates are horrible. I have no interest in voting for Biden. He did nothing, and I absolutely will not vote for Trump. So how low are these numbers? According to the poll, 64% of registered voters say they have a high level of interest in November's election, 64%. High level would constitute either a 9 or a 10 out of 10 on a 10-point scale of interest. But that is lower than the NBC News poll showed at this time in 2008, which was 74%, 2012, which was 67%, 2016, which was 69%, and last election, 2020, which was 77%. So another poll that kind of confirms what we've talked about, the fatigue factor of both individuals. But I would say this to Americans. Now, in part, you get what you get because Joe Biden didn't want to debate RFK Jr. He didn't want to be primaried. He forced RFK to become an independent third party. And sure, there's been fringe candidates out there, the Cornel Wests of the world. But the Biden administration is attacking every challenger, right? Whether it's a Democrat, an independent, or trying to jail their top political rival in Donald Trump. But on the Republican side of things, if you have a fatigue factor from Trump, well, you had your chance, right? You had primary after primary. You could have went with DeSantis or Nikki Haley or Tim Scott or Vivek Ramaswamy or Chris Christie on down the list. But you decided overwhelmingly, for the most part, short of Nikki Haley popping up in a few states, that Trump was your guy. And then, of course, you've got the fly in the ointment, the guy that will be a factor that pulls from both sides in RFK Jr. But even though he's a factor, polling at 12% or 15% or 20%, there's not a groundswell of, I need to have RFK Jr. lead this nation forward. We also had the possibility, and we heard it for months and months and months, and it never materialized. And I don't think it will probably materialize in my lifetime. And we've established I'll be dead before Dawn and Greg. So my lifetime is only about 22 more years.
That's true.
We've established that the No Labels Party is nothing more than fodder. Well, is it Joe Manchin? Would Chris Christie be interested? Nikki Haley's name was mentioned for like a moment, and then she quickly declined it. So there's no name, there's no face, there's no money for the third party. Maybe one day down the road we'll see a third party. But this is what we have, right? And even though it shows a 20-year low at 64% of registered voters showing high level of interest, I would say this. Those 64% that have a high level of interest are absolutely pumped for this election because you have a lot of people on the Trump side that want payback for 4 years ago and for having to live through these last 3.5 years. And then on the Biden side of things, you don't have enthusiasm for Joe. You have enthusiasm for keeping the other guy out. So I think it might be a 20-year low, but those who are interested are the diehards, but they're also the ones that they can't wait for this November. So I thought that was fascinating. I'm not sure what goes into the fatigue factor of the last 4 election cycles, but certainly this one, I think with the news and the drama of both, it's created this, boy, this is the best we can do mindset and mentality. Kind of fascinating if you think about it.
I'll take you to ancient Rome.
Here we go.
Well, I know, because I just came, I was just in Rome, and I have to incorporate the Italy trip. But seriously, when you think of, all the historians, and they tell the stories of what would happen when the emperor was about to unleash some unpopular policy. Oh, let's just have a lion versus the gladiators, and bring all the people and distract all the people with all of this. It'll consume all of the people's attention, so they're not paying attention to what's really going on, which affects everybody. And I think that's the point of this, that we're all getting played. That's why I always say we're all getting played, because if you look at the policies of this administration, the bottom line is they're bad for every American, and they've been bad for all of us. How you doing, and how are you doing 4 or 6 years ago compared to today? It's horrible every which way. And so it's such a clear choice that they have to distract us and take us all to the Coliseum and watch the show while we're all getting ripped off and while our quality of life is being destroyed.
Do you think, though, that most people are distracted by the smoke and mirrors?
Yes.
Because if you think about all the prosecutions of Trump, and certainly people are paying attention to it to some extent, maybe not super hardcore, and maybe they're not even super hardcore into the issues because we still have 6+ months to go. But if you think about it, I don't feel like a lot of people have taken their eye off the ball of the border, the economy, the kitchen table issues, energy, inflation. Like, you look at all these different prosecutions of Trump, and then also both sides, right? Like, the House trying to impeach Mayorkas, Joe Biden, his classified documents. There's kind of like stink bombs being detonated by both sides, but I still think there's a decent amount of Americans, and I have no way to quantify this. I do think, though, there's a faction of America out there that has tuned out the drama and the nonsense and has said, I can't worry about Trump's indictment, or I can't worry about Mayorkas' impeachment or whatever, because I don't know how I'm going to get to Friday with my paycheck and then go to the grocery store. So while I think you are right to certainly some extent with the distractions and we're getting played, I do think now more than ever, though, some people have tuned out the drama and they're only focused on what impacts their life, paycheck to paycheck.
But I think, and you mentioned Bucks County earlier, think about that awful primary, that god-awful primary, where people were shocked because if you looked at what was going on, they were able to consume headlines, the Democrat Party on a national level pumping unprecedented amounts of money into local grassroots campaigns to make it appear that Republicans and conservatives want to ban books or want to propose hate upon certain groups, which is the opposite of what is really happening.
Yep.
But they were able to trick people. I mean, it really is. It's a Trojan horse, if you will. And even this circus now in Manhattan, this is a campaign bookkeeping situation that we've seen. We saw it in the John Edwards case, for crying out loud.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody has ever faced 34 felonies on something like this.
Right.
And by the way, it's all old news. Stormy Daniels, an alleged adulterous affair, blah-blah-blah. We dealt with this.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it look like something new just to distract all of us. It's sickening to me.
And speaking of sickening and speaking of Manhattan, what we saw Friday with a man lighting himself on fire was disturbing as well. Boy, I tell you what, they got his information really quick, didn't they?
Amen.
Boy, they knew everything about this guy. Manifestos, videos, social media. They had that up in about 12 minutes. All right, 7:46 as we continue. We have a loaded edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
I don't know how I'm going to get through it all.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have incredible offers for spring. Choose Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out at Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Yes, Nick Kayal, Don Stenson. I'm going to start exactly where you guys left off about the man, Max Azzarello.
Yeah.
Lit himself on fire.
Legitimately.
Outside of the Trump courtroom.
You know you've got a mental illness when you douse yourself in fluids.
I mean, this guy is clearly, well, he's dead now, but he's dead, right?
Yes, he died. Yeah. He succumbed to his burns.
You want to hear how this played out live on CNN?
Oh, yeah.
Laura Coates was at the outside the courtroom when this was happening, and she had first reported a an active shooter.
Yeah, shots fired.
Shots fired. Yeah. I'm going to start here with cut 7, Phil, and then we're going to go to the man himself who posted a very sane TikTok video.
Very sane.
All right, let's start here. How it played out in the 1 p.m. hour on Friday outside the courtroom for Trump. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
Oh, what do you say? We also are seeing an active shooter. An active shooter is in the park outside the court. We have a man who is he has set fire to himself. A man has emblazoned himself outside of the
And you can
courthouse
see the
just
video,
now.
too.
Our
Yep.
cameras are turning right now. A man has now lit himself on fire
Let's-
outside
Park
of the
bench.
courthouse
Yeah.
in Manhattan, where we are waiting.
Gated
a
area.
made. A full jury panel is gone. We are watching a man who is fully emblazoned in the front of the courthouse today. We are watching multiple fires breaking out around his body and person. We have seen an arm that has been visible, that has been engulfed in total flames. There is chaos that is happening. People are wondering right now if people are in danger. I'm looking across the courtyard. There is a man racing to his aid. There is coats coming off to try to put out the fire. We have members of security details. NYPD is rushing to the scene. They are trying to come out. Officers are on the scene. A fire extinguisher is right now present, being put on this man to try to put out. People are climbing over barricades to try to separate the public to put out the flame on this man. He has lit himself out in fire in front of the courthouse right now. We are watching as they're playing. We can smell the air. I can smell the burning of some sort of a flesh. I can smell the burning of some sort of
Laura, this is unbelievable play-by-play.
To put that fire. I smell an actual fire extinguisher having been
boy.
displayed. I see a person whose body appears to be on the ground, being surrounded by officers.
The guy
I have
next to
multiple
her.
officers. I've
Yeah.
counted about a dozen officers on the scene. The fire is still burning. It's now in multiple locations. It continues to
Unreal.
blaze. We right now have officers removing their coats, trying to surround this person to envelop their body to prevent them from further going into flames. You can smell, I'm sitting here with Evan Perez, you can smell burning flesh, you can smell an accelerant. The flames are continuing to engulf his person. I hear shouts that are coming from across the courtyard.
Wow.
I have people, multiple people running over. Another fire extinguisher being brought out. This person's body continues to be engulfed in flames. A portion of his body is still engulfed in flames. A yellow smoke is billowing from on top of his person.
She's good at this.
as
This
he's
is
engulfing
unreal.
the
She's
officers
way
who
too
are
excited, but
continuing
she's-
to
I know.
put out these flames that are continuing to emblazon.
All right, there you go.
So, I mean, Laura Coates probably had no idea that she would ever be in that situation. Great play-by-play, actually. Really good job out of her. I'd like to hear Meryl Reese cover the play-by-play. Mike, there's a man on fire. He literally just doused himself in lighter fluid. There's pamphlets everywhere. Flesh is in the air. And the Eagles are ready to score again.
Mike, you don't see that every day.
That might be the Matt Blatt splat of the game.
Oh,
boy.
that is not right. How dare you?
Boy, but in all seriousness, that Laura Coates, that was a really good job. A little too much enthusiasm, but
I mean,
yeah.
but was it? I mean, I think the adrenaline was pumping because she's right behind this. You know what I mean? And
Did you ever have a situation like that? Anything close to that, Dawn?
not somebody setting themselves on fire.
What would
I
you
mean,
give that? What would you, if you had to grade that live report? What would you give it, Dawn Stensland?
I think she does a good job.
Yeah.
She tries to objectively give you the sense of what you certainly have a sense, and she does a good job of even sights and smells. The smell of flesh.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, that she can smell the accelerant.
Yeah.
And so
Mike, this segment's brought to you by Kingsford Charcoal, where you can roast your flesh.
Hey, word is that Uncle Bozy was super excited to smell burning
This
flesh.
is just like a day at a barbecue for Uncle Bozy.
Sorry.
So Max Azzarello, he was rushed to the hospital, and those officers, you know, taking off their coats, just trying to do everything to save his life. But he was in critical condition initially, and then he died. He succumbed to his injuries.
It's what a way to go. I mean, obviously this guy had mental health issues,
Yeah,
so
you
I don't wish death upon anybody. But boy, what a way to go out, right?
And we also have, I think you have the video of him on social media.
Yeah, so this
really,
is
illustrating his disturbances.
This is him. We had to censor this because this was posted. Was this right before he got out and did this?
I think he posted it prior to setting himself on fire.
Okay.
And then he kind of just went with the whole, and he had like pamphlets with him as well.
Yeah.
It's like
So
all these
he
little manifestos.
threw out the pamphlets. but he planned it, obviously, because he brought this huge canister of accelerant.
Right.
By the way, if you want to see this on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, look at this dude's eyes. You can tell that he's not all there.
No.
From Florida.
Cut 8, Philip. Go.
Start a revolution. Start a revolution. Start
It's a good ditty.
Revolution. You've got nothing to lose.
Poor man.
Wow.
Yeah, he also went on to say, my name is Max Azzarello. I'm an investigative researcher who has set himself on fire outside of the Trump trial in Manhattan. His manifesto read, this extreme act of protest is to draw attention to an urgent and important discovery. We are victims of a totalitarian con, and our own government is about to hit us with an apocalyptic fascist world coup. Cool. We are victims of this con, and our government is going to unload. These claims sound like fantastical conspiracy theory, but they are not. They are proof of conspiracy. If you investigate this mountain of research, you will prove them too. If you learn a great deal about Ponzi schemes, you will discover that our life is a lie. And it goes on and on and on, real long-winded post and video. I've got the transcript of what he said. But yeah, total meltdown by this guy.
Yeah, and all of the news reports, they say you can call or text the Suicide Crisis Lifeline 988 for free, 988 for free. I'm grateful for this poor man. I should say I'm sad for him that he didn't know about us, because I feel sometimes like we're the support group for people like this gentleman who felt like he was alone and that he didn't have anybody who would listen to him or where he could sound off some of his feelings of, hey, we're all getting played and look at what's happening on a world stage. And he didn't have any outlet. He had no one, and he felt alone. He lit himself on fire.
Yeah.
And you think about that, it's almost biblical to me that this poor man just didn't have anybody to turn to.
He says, to my friends and family, witnesses and first responders, I deeply apologize for inflicting this pain upon you, but I assure you it is a drop in the bucket compared to what our government intends to inflict. Because these words are true, this is an act of revolution. Amazing. We found out everything we needed to know about this guy in 9 minutes, motive, manifesto, so forth and so on. And here we are 13 and a half months later, and we don't know Audrey Hale's motive.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
The Nashville shooter manifesto is still under investigation. This story was in and out in 5 minutes, and it won't be discussed after today.
Look, mental health is a huge issue, but the dude chose to go light himself on fire. So my sympathies aren't exactly strong for him. Anyway,
got to be a painful experience too, by the way.
Mark Warner, who is a senator in Virginia, we talked briefly about this, but I want to spend a couple minutes on this, Nick, Dawn. In that Ukraine package, they're going to be forced to vote on the bill to ban TikTok. Now, it's not actually. I think they have up to a year, right, to change ownership. Is that what's the language is in there? Mark Warner was on Face the Nation on CBS News this weekend discussing it, and this is what he said. This is cut one. Phil, go.
This would force the Chinese-owned parent company ByteDance to divest it, to sell it, but they have the better part of a year to do so. The Chinese government says they're not going to allow that. ByteDance doesn't want to sell it. So if this just gets stuck in the courts, isn't the reality that TikTok's not going away?
TikTok, 170 million Americans a day, 90 minutes a day.
Right.
That's frankly more than the power of eyes that your network reaches on a daily basis. And that information, and many young people on TikTok get their news.
Yeah.
The idea that we would give the Communist Party this much of a propaganda tool, as well as the ability to scrape 170 million Americans' personal data, it is a national security risk.
But it is a national security risk, according to the U.S. intelligence community, that has a direct impact potentially on U.S. elections.
On U.S.
TikTok
elections as much as
accounts
this year.
Yeah, targeted candidates from both political parties during the midterm cycle in 2022. That's the worldwide threat assessment. But TikTok's not going away before November.
Well, here is the.
So that means it's an active threat.
There is plenty of creativity on TikTok. There are people that make their living off of TikTok as social influencers. I don't want that to go away. I simply want to make sure that the individuals pulling the strings are not ultimately functionaries of the Communist Party of China.
I understand, but even with this significant bill, the timeline is such that it doesn't take it away as a risk for the election. And it seems the U.S. government is so limited in so many ways when it comes to these election influence efforts.
The timeline of giving this can be a complicated transaction. To give it up to a full year, I think just from a business standpoint, makes sense. The one thing we do have in place, and I'm not putting a whole lot of solace in this, but I was at the Munich Security Conference earlier in the year when all 20 of the major social media companies, including TikTok, including Twitter, X, including Facebook, Google, Amazon, you name it, they have all said they would have a voluntary agreement about disinformation and misinformation in elections, because with artificial intelligence, the ability for people to see this, our images here, maybe having words that we don't speak, ought to scare the dickens out of all of us.
The dickens. You scared the dickens out of me. I haven't heard that in 30 years. We've talked a lot about this TikTok story and the concept of a ban, whether or not the ban would work. I've said for 2 months I'm opposed to this ban. I've come full circle on that. But I want to go at it from a different perspective and a different angle with TikTok. I just want to compare. Forget national security risks and ByteDance and, the Chinese Communist Party. Just think about the way the two nations use TikTok differently. China uses it from an educational standpoint for children. You've seen TikTok videos of these kids in China in classrooms where they're learning how to load guns and things like that, things that might actually matter as you grow up and get older. Meanwhile, we do all these ridiculous dances and these stupid challenges that lead to kids being injured or killed. Maybe it's just a cultural issue from the standpoint of TikTok, where China, with parents and families and children, they use it for a benefit. And we here in America use it as like an accelerant to hyper boost, mental health breakdowns. We're using, think about it. In China, they use it to load guns from an educational standpoint. In America, we use it to discuss our pronouns.
Yeah, and that's just it. I think we should be careful of anything that legislates a force of sale like this. I think they were smart, first of all, to break up this huge $95 billion aid package into 4 separate pieces and to compartmentalize so that people could talk about what they were for and against. In this one, I think they're smart to allow some wiggle room with regard to ByteDance and how they're going to carry this out. I think that's wise because they can parse out the part of national security. What is actually, a threat to national security versus the freedom that our country enjoys. But as far as TikTok, my attitude is that if you believe that China is doing this, I think that China is counting on the fact that in America, we have lost touch as parents.
Yep.
And we are, in the world, we get a low grade on parenting.
No question. But here's the slippery slope. If it's always about China is a threat to U.S. national security, which I do believe they are, where do we draw the line? Okay, TikTok is owned by ByteDance, allegedly with ties to the CCP. They have denied it. But, think about how many things that are either made in China, manufactured, that, run through China. Where are we going to draw the line on surveillance and our data being protected from foreign adversaries? We're exposed as citizens of this country. We're wide open to everything. I even said last night as I was getting ready to go to bed, because I had trouble falling asleep. I shouted to my phone. I'm like, "Hey, Siri, what time is it?" And it shouted the time back to me. And I had a thought last night. Isn't it convenient how we could be spied on just simply with our cell phones?
Yeah.
Like our cell phones hear us talking and our cell phone talks back to us. So if you don't think that our privacy has been invaded with these smartphones, you're sadly mistaken.
Yeah. George Orwell saw it all coming.
Yep.
I think that's just it. One of the proposals that got me was that the U.S. government was saying, well, we just want to make sure that the information that's gathered remains in servers here on American soil. And I'm thinking, no, I don't think that's a good thing either. So they're gathering all of this information on all of us. The argument is that our government is saying to China's government, oh, no, you're not allowed to keep their information. We get to keep their information.
Right.
I don't want either of those choices.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube. Welcome to the 8 o'clock hour. If you're just joining us, by the way, we have just surpassed our 1 year anniversary of streaming the show live every day on YouTube.
Oh!
So in honor of that, if you would, maybe not now, but whenever you get to where you're going, please hit the subscribe button on the YouTube channel. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please, in honor of our 1 year anniversary, streaming live almost every day. I think there was 1 week that we didn't do it. Maybe vacations when we were all off. But please hit the subscribe button. We try and bring this for you every day to make it easier to consume this and other programs. We appreciate you watching every day. Our viewership last week was through the roof. I think it was the most we've ever had on this format. So we appreciate that. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. One more on the banning of YouTube. Representative Ro Khanna was on ABC's This Week. He says that he doubts the bill forcing the sale of TikTok will survive scrutiny in the Supreme Court. This is what he said on Sunday. Cut to Phil Go.
Before you go, there was also the vote on TikTok that was part of this. I know you have opposed efforts to force the sale of TikTok with the threat of a ban. But now it looks like if TikTok is not sold within a year, this bill becomes law, that ByteDance has to either, if it doesn't sell, it's banned in the United States.
I don't think it's going to pass First Amendment scrutiny because I think there are less restrictive alternatives. We could have made it a crime to transfer Americans' data to an adversarial foreign nation or foreign state interference. But to just ban 170 million Americans who engage in speech and livelihood, the federal judge in Montana struck it down. The judges struck it down when Trump tried this. I doubt it survives scrutiny in the Supreme Court.
Ro Khanna from California, one of those free speech liberal Democrats who is very, very pro First Amendment. I agree with him. I don't think it's going to be banned. I think this thing is not going to get to the point. And you said what? They have roughly a year to force that sale. I don't think the ban will happen. I think it'll continue on in America.
Yeah, and I think they may tweak it as far as your information. So they could make it. In other words, why not just pass laws that say that people are not allowed to store your information? Right?
Yep.
Much like DuckDuckGo.
Right.
DuckDuckGo profits. We've met with those officials who, they still have a profit margin, but it has to do with what information is being gathered on you, and is it being exported worldwide? What do they do with the information, and what information do they have? All they have to do, really, is pass laws about all of that and force everybody to comply.
Yep.
Why do they have to focus on one? Well, because what they're really upset with, the bureaucrats and what the government is really upset about, is that they want the information. They don't want China to have the information.
I'll tell you what, the sheer frequency and the raw numbers of people using it is astounding.
It is amazing.
170 million Americans, and they spend 90 minutes a day on it. So, think about what you could do. I don't have enough time in my day. I don't have time to exercise. I don't have time to go to the gym. Well, if you got off TikTok, you can knock out a great workout in 90 minutes. The amount of things that we put on the back burner because we don't have the time to do, but yet we spend hours upon hours a day mindlessly scrolling and swiping.
Yep.
Well, they could be on a treadmill watching TikTok.
That's a good point.
So-
Yeah.
I mean, there's times I get on the treadmill. If I'm not listening to music or the elliptical, I'll watch videos on YouTube while I'm on the machine.
By the way, Michael Pelka points out, which I think is a great point, that Joe Biden just posted his 135th TikTok video after banning 4 million federal employees from using it.
Not a joke.
So,
Not a joke.
There you go. Hypocrite much.
Yep.
Hillary, speaking of hypocrite, by the way, if you want to see this video, Hillary Clinton did like a Zoom or an interview or something. I think this is from Real Clear Politics. I don't know who she was doing the interview with, but it looks like she's doing it from one of her many homes. Very lovely home, by the way.
Beautiful palatial estate.
China, like there's all kinds of ceramic china in the back that's probably worth thousands of dollars.
China.
That she bilked from the American people, her and her awful husband. Well, I mean, there was a report that they took a bunch of stuff from the White House.
They had to give it back.
Oh, yeah.
They actually had to just give it back.
Do you think Bill lives in that house with her?
No. No.
Nah,
I think Bill sleeps in a shed somewhere out in the back of the property.
Yeah.
Probably where he belongs.
Well, Hillary Clinton says that Trump wants to kill his opposition, like Putin.
Kill him?
Yeah.
Like how? Like burn him alive? Set him on fire?
I don't know.
Firing squad?
Bringing out the old playbooks of, like we can't just, like, both sides are guilty of this. We can't just say, hey, you know what? This party or this administration has not been good for X. Or the current administration has not been good for Y.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like, they want to kill your opposition.
Right.
It's like, and you wonder why people are tired of politics. Because it's this crap.
How does anybody take her seriously at this point? It's like, seriously, with all due respect, lady, you lost 8 years ago. Nobody likes you, and nobody really believes that Donald Trump's going to kill his opposition. Well, actually, there probably is a select few out there that believe that. Just go home already.
Well, in fact, in fairness, she is home.
Just get out of my news cycle.
Okay. By the way, there are rumors about her and her family too. Her and Bill. Anybody around them seems to vanish.
Yeah. Should we pull up the
Just
death?
saying.
Should we pull up the death tracker and go side by side?
That's all I'm
Who
saying.
killed more people, the Clintons or Trump?
The lady doth protest too much, or whatever that saying is. All right, cut 3, Philip. Go.
Because Putin does what he would like to do: kill his opposition, imprison his opposition, drive journalists and others into exile, rule without any check or balance. That's what Trump really wants. And so we have to be very conscious of how he sees the world, because in that world, he only sees strongmen leaders. He sees Putin. He sees Xi. He sees Kim Jong-un in North Korea.
That lovely house.
Those are the people he is modeling himself after.
Yeah.
And we've been down this road in our, world history. We sure don't want to go down that again. And especially when, my view, having negotiated with Putin and knowing that one of the reasons he went after me is because he knew I would, deal with him in an appropriate way, and Trump would basically do whatever he wanted. It's really important to think about what could happen to our world with Trump back in the White House, withdrawing us from NATO, not caring about what happens in Europe, our biggest trading partner, the place where we share values with, the idea that he wants Ukraine to fail, the idea that he doesn't want us to be able to surveil our enemies. I mean, this is a very scary prospect.
So it is Trump's fault for what's going on in these wars. The last time I checked, Putin did not invade Ukraine under Trump's watch. It happened under Biden's watch. She's also trying to insinuate that strength and being an alpha is somehow a deterrent or somehow a crime. She wants weak leaders like Joe Biden and weak leaders like soy boy Justin Trudeau. Just because Trump rules with an iron fist and is America first and doesn't want to focus on Europe, that's a bad thing. And then also, by the way, imprisoning people, 4 indictments, 91 charges. I mean, come on. She literally just said everything that Joe Biden is about, in all honesty.
Well, she really is just mad that she didn't win.
She's so angry.
She is
I've said this before. I don't know what bothers her more, the fact that she hates her husband or that she lost to the outsider.
I got to think that at some point she has to do something, because if you really think about it, like, I know she was a senator, but when you kind of think about it, her political legacy is
being a loser.
Is a big loser. Yeah.
Yes.
Like she has to do something in her mind, I think, to right that ship.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is, but she has to.
It's amazing to me too that she still has the appeal and the support of the many female voters out there in this country that despise Donald Trump. Because you could argue, hey, 38-year-old single female with no kids the reason you hate Trump so much is because he won. And he defeated your gal, Hillary Clinton. So don't be mad at Trump. Be mad that your girl, the career hack politician who's been in office for since when did she officially start? Because obviously, I mean, she was the first lady under Bill, but was she in office in the 80s at any chance?
No.
Okay. So this is a lady who's made her living off of her husband and her other political ventures, and she couldn't beat a guy who was on The Apprentice. So be mad at Hillary. Don't be mad at Trump.
Michael Douglas was on the Fareed Zakaria show.
Wait, Michael Douglas, the actor?
Yeah. Dozens of people watch the Fareed Zakaria show on CNN.
I can't say I've ever heard of it.
And he wants to defend Joe Biden and says that he's sharp as a tack.
Yeah.
Cut 21,
he's
Phil.
sharp as a tack.
Cut 21, Phil. Go.
And we are back with Michael Douglas talking about his new series, Franklin, on Apple TV+. Let's talk about age. You're about President Biden's age. You're doing fantastically. You look like $1 million. Why don't you run for president?
He does look great, by the way.
Yeah, he's 79.
I did the movie once, but I knew.
Did it ever tempt you?
Well, I knew I had the ending. It's a little difference when you have the ending. They asked me to run for governor a couple of times in California earlier time. And I remember saying, well, why do you want me? He said, well, we need a man who can finance his own campaign. I said, yeah, who has a credibility, notoriety, who is well known around everything. And I remember saying, you sure you're not looking for a kamikaze pilot? I said, I don't think so.
So you and Biden are about the same age. What do you think? Are you one of those people who wished he had bowed out, let the field choose somebody else? How do you think about that?
Well, I think that I walk a little similar to him. And the people that I've talked to and everybody that I have say he's as sharp as a tack. He's fine. We all have an issue with memories. As we get older, we forget names, something. He's overcome a stutter in his life, and sometimes he might. But let's just say that his entire cabinet, including his vice president, everybody in his cabinet, would be more than happy to work with him again in the next term. I cannot say that about the other candidate running, because nobody in his cabinet from 2016 wants to be involved with him.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Michael Douglas. Yes, a lot of 79-year-olds and 81-year-olds start to have their memory diminish and dilute, but they're not the leader of the free world. Most of them are probably retired or have now retired from their full-time job and just work part-time to stay busy. So it's not apples to apples that everybody starts to have their memory slip. Did Gordon Gekko get hit in the head? Did the crazy chick in Fatal Attraction hit him with that boiling pot of water? Remember that when she was boiling the rabbit?
Yeah.
Rabbit in the pot crazy.
Yep.
No, I mean, he overcame a stroke and seems to be very with it. And I think we all know that this goes beyond just some memory lapses or being a little slow with Biden.
By the way, I think the lady in Fatal Attraction was actually E. Jean Carroll.
Stop.
By the way, I hear all this time about Joe Biden's stutter. Yeah. Yes. But if you look at clips of him, I mean, he's been on TV. He's been on the Senate floor for 100 years. There's all kinds of videotapes of him.
Yep.
We've played some of them. You don't really hear that in the 90s, the early 2000s. So I get it. I understand it's an affliction, but you don't hear it in the countless years that he's been in public office.
Right. It's a good point.
That's all I'm saying. All right, let's go to the North Penn School District, shall we? We talked a lot about this in the 6 o'clock hour, but I would like to play some audio that you may or may not have heard. I know Dawn played a little bit of this on Friday. I think Dom did as well. This is the 12-year-old girl, the eyewitness and a friend of the victim, describing the gruesome Pembroke attack that had been planned for days. Nick, I don't know if you want to do a little background on this right before I play this audio. If you want to get people up to speed on what's happening in the North Penn School District.
You want me to do that before the video?
Yes.
Yeah. So obviously you had this 13-year-old girl, and it's a biological male transitioning to a female, and they have these big Stanley cups. For those that are unaware, it's like a Yeti on steroids. It's like the Mount Vesuvius of Yetis. And this 13-year-old boy who is now transitioning to a girl had ample warning out there that for 4 or 5 hours they knew that this 13-year-old boy was going to attack a 12-year-old biological female, presumably in the cafeteria. And this 13-year-old boy has a history of this, of aggressive, aggravated behavior. Aggravated assault is what he's been charged with. And this is, to me, a total failure that we knew this was going to happen. And the children of the school said it was going to happen. And a teacher said, don't worry, you're going to be okay.
This audio is from the school board action meeting that happened Thursday night, April 18th. This is the 12-year-old eyewitness that brought all this to the forefront. A very brave girl to get up in front of this, the school board and,
definitely,
all of these parents. This is cut 15B, Phil, go.
Wednesday morning, I went to the guidance counselor and told her, since I was second on the hit list, knowing that there was something going to happen, because there was a girl she was targeting every day at lunch, and they would go to the counselor and tell them every day that this is going to happen. And Wednesday, I went with 2 others, and each of us filled out a whole paper full of what's going to happen and why it's going to happen. And then I went to chorus, and I was told, watch your back. He is going to come for you and this other girl.
Don't misgender him.
And when I was at lunch, I was terrified, and I told Miss Vittori that that was happening, and she said, don't worry about it, it's not going to happen. But
it did.
Early that morning, I was told I was not going to see Mel for the rest of that week. But I was in lunch, and all of a sudden I just hear all this screaming and everybody running, and I see Mel running in after somebody, and everyone's screaming and running, but the girl who got attacked didn't see it because she was face backwards, and all of a sudden you just hear these terrible, loud bangs of the Stanley bouncing off her head.
Ugh.
And then you see Mel grabbing her hair and hitting her against the table and just repeatedly hitting her with the Stanley. There was blood going everywhere. I was the table right behind it, and all you see is blood everywhere. And it was just, and then you say in your email that it was 8 minutes, but we timed it, it was 28 minutes. And we had to sit in there and watch them clean up her blood off those tables and ground. And we had to watch them take her out with blood dripping down her face. And I will never forget that. And laying in bed last night, I just kept repeating it in my head, and we shouldn't have had to sit there and just watch that, watch them clean up her blood with the mop. Watch her repeatedly yelling that I'm gonna murder you and just hitting her with a Stanley. And I don't get how, you couldn't have stopped it. It was 5 hours from when I told you it was going to happen and when it happened. It was 5 whole hours. I don't get how you couldn't have stopped that. And how Miss Vittori said, don't worry, it's not going to happen. We have her under control. But clearly you didn't.
Nope.
Wow.
Totally preventable tragedy. And think about we've talked about the rage that these children these days have. We gave you the video last week of that bathroom assault with the girl in a wheelchair. She was assaulted. We gave you an update to the Missouri situation where the girl had her head slammed on the pavement of the concrete. And then in this story, Stanley's to the back of the head and then grabbing the hair, slamming the head on the table. It's always the head. This is becoming a theme where these people, regardless,
know exactly what they're doing.
They're going for the kill shot of people's skulls.
Yep.
It's sickening.
It is, and we also should point out that we broke news on Friday mid-morning because that was when we had witnesses and parents as well breaking the story, saying that they personally knew the 13-year-old who's the accused, the alleged attacker here, had been at a different middle school, was transferred just within a month or so to this new school.
The school denies that.
The school the superintendent has denied that.
Yeah.
Parents and witnesses say differently. That's very important to note because a lot of these kids didn't realize, and maybe a lot of the teachers at the school perhaps did not have all of the information that others at the other middle school did have.
Yeah.
In other words, maybe if this had happened at the other middle school, a teacher or somebody would have followed around that individual knowing that there's a history going on here. But a lot of these people were unknowing because of this transfer. That's one of the allegations that's going on. This 13-year-old boy will be in court this morning. It's a juvenile court, expected to be charged, among other things, with aggravated assault.
I realize that these things don't happen every single day, so I'm not saying that they are occurring at some unbelievable frequency or consistency of attacks. But when there's red flags and there's warning signs, can we start being proactive in this country and shut these things down before they happen?
But if ever, I have to be careful what I say because of all of this. But if what this girl is saying is true and everything, they don't want to. They don't want to have a lawsuit by calling out a transgender person. You know what I mean? Like that would be a lawsuit into them, so they kind of just sweep it under the rug.
Well, but I said this in the Big Take this morning, and when we came out of this this morning at 6:30 and first discussed this story, they love to shove their identity down everybody's throat. You're going to respect my pronouns. It's he/him. It's this/that. And then when a trans individual or somebody in the LGBTQ community commits these acts, then we just conveniently omit their identity. You can't have it both ways. You can't be identity obsessed, but then when somebody from that community makes a mistake, just completely bury the person's identity.
Initially, the school district, the statements they released, first and foremost, they told parents and the community, their official on-the-record statement said this was the result of an altercation. That is a lie. This was not an altercation. And the police, kudos to Upper Gwinnett Police, who released a statement saying this was an unprovoked attack. One student from behind ambushed another student, and thank God for the police who through their statement refuted the information that the school was that the school district was releasing. But there was a lot of misinformation and disinformation. That's one thing that's is infuriating parents. Why were they being told lies by their own district? They deserve answers.
By the way, if you're a parent in the school district and you're listening right now, please call in. We'd love to hear from eyewitnesses.
It's not too far away from where I live. It's probably only a 10-minute drive up 202.
And that's the point. There are a lot of people who live in this district because this is one of the best school districts in Pennsylvania. So you have a heavily involved group of parents, and whether your child goes to this middle school or the other middle school, trust me, over the weekend I was talking to so many different parents and moms who are upset about this. A couple of moms who told me they had pulled their kids out of the public school. They're now working like 2 jobs to pay for the private schools because they've had it.
And what school district is this? This isn't Wissahick.
Pembroke.
Okay, I know it's Pembroke Middle
North
School.
Penn.
This is okay because where I live in Bluebell, it's the Wissahickon Valley School District.
Yeah, this is not Wissahickon.
I didn't think
North
so.
Penn.
Okay.
Wow. North Penn School District. This is an irate father from this hearing that happened, the school board action meeting, that happened on Thursday night. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
A big thing at the end of the day, whether this child who was the attacker has issues or not, a lot of it comes from your policy, your leadership, and what you do or do not accept. I remember at one point you were very focused on everyone has to wear a mask. But you let all these major things go. You let sexual assaults go. You let violence go. And another thing, this was a teenage boy who beat on a little girl. All right? Call it what it is. I don't care. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Fusco. You're a father. What if that was your daughter? What if that was your daughter? And I'm sorry, I didn't want to be here. I'm here because people reach out to me. I'm here because apparently too many people are afraid to just say that. Men and women are different, all right? Whatever you want to do as an adult, God bless you, that's fine. You have that right. But let kids be kids. Let them make that decision later in life when it's appropriate, all right? Men and women are not the same. Our hormones are not the same. Our strength is not the same. Our aggression is not the same. How come none of the articles said that it was a boy attacking a girl? How come half the people here kept switching between he and she? And again, I have nothing against any type of community, but what's right is right and what's fair is fair, and that's not cool. And if this kid was protected simply because they were trans and not because of any other reason, that's not cool. They have a violent past.
I don't know. He sounds like a domestic terrorist. I think the FBI will be at his porch tomorrow morning. This is exactly what I said when we played the clip from 6ABC. They totally left out the gender and identity of the attacker.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
That guy was fired up.
Yeah.
Good for him.
91 LSXer says Jason Kelsey move over.
Wow. I think the Eagles found their new backup center.
Yeah.
Well, and this dad says what's on everybody, what the so-called silent majority has been thinking. And I think the fact that you have a 12-year-old little girl who's now recovering with her, after her head was split open in front of the school body. Hopefully these people wake up.
Yeah. I love how he also told that teacher, don't look at me that way.
I mean, look, it takes stuff like this for parents to get involved, to get out. Like, on one hand, you hate to see tragedies like this happen, but parents being involved is a good thing.
Yes.
So, yeah. Let's move over to, look, I'm just telling you that these stories, I don't know, Dawn, I know 6ABC has been all over this story. Have you seen it anywhere else? I know the Daily Mail had it, Nick, but I mean locally. Have you seen that story anywhere else? I didn't see it in Sunday's Inquirer.
It certainly is. It's now that they have the meeting. It happened last Wednesday.
Yeah.
They had the meeting Thursday, so people were covering it. You're right. 6ABC has been all over it.
Yep.
But there's not a ton of coverage or follow-up. And 6ABC, again, this morning, has been reporting the hearing is scheduled for today for a Montgomery County middle schooler. But you're right. I mean, this is the kind of story that if this involved, let's just pretend for a moment that the 13-year-old attacker was wearing a MAGA hat, a red MAGA hat. I think you would see everybody nationally, locally, on the front of the Inquirer. They would be all over it.
Yes.
I can't say that I've seen anything from CBS 3 or NBC 10. The only thing I've seen is 6ABC, to your point. But this is, once again, where Talk Radio 1210 WPHT comes in handy. This is, again, where the current version of Twitter/X comes in handy. Because when you don't have a competing marketplace of information and you're only fed one narrative from the mainstream media, you might actually, if let's just say we didn't exist as a station, or if Twitter was the way it was under Jack Dorsey, this story, you would only know what 6ABC tells you. You might not know about the true gender identity of this individual.
Yep.
Yeah, because they've avoided it.
They have. Absolutely, they have.
Because it obliterates their narrative.
I don't know if the specific reporters have a narrative, but I don't know that the police report, I don't know that officially the school has. I think initially the school said this was girl on girl, and they said it was a fight. They made it sound like a girl fight. That's what the school district made it sound like.
Right.
I think since then, when you see it reported in the media, they're just saying a student. They're not identifying any gender of the 13-year-old.
In a similar case, I bring you to Montgomery County, Maryland.
Ah, yes.
Where a Wooten High School student, Andrea Ye, allegedly planned to commit a school shooting. What's interesting about this, to me, Ye, who is from Rockville, Maryland, whose preferred name is Alex.
Oh, here we go again. Preferred.
I'm going to play the news report, and then I'm going to play the executive from Montgomery County twisting himself in knots to not say the gender of the child. 18, I guess it's not a child, but you know what I mean. Cut 16, Phil, go.
Police tell us the suspect is 18-year-old student Andrea Yee, who goes by Alex. We're told an FBI probe turned up a 129-page manifesto authored by the student. A warrant turned up an internet history showing research of past shootings. We have live team coverage tonight as we follow this developing story.
We're going to start with 7 News Maryland Bureau Chief Brad Bell. He's live in Rockville tonight with the latest on this case. And Brad, because of this, security's been beefed up in all Montgomery County public schools.
Yeah, that's what we were told, although I got to tell you, I didn't see any sign of that here at Wooten High School, and that's perhaps because the arrest was made. Police also telling us that they had been aware of this teenager for quite some time, that he had homicidal and suicidal ideations that were known as far back as 2 years ago and was actually taken out of the school. But as you said, with this book or this writing that recently surfaced, they say things seem to have taken a turn.
Well, kudos to police for being proactive and making sure that this deranged individual is no longer a threat to society and is off the streets. But if I recall correctly, in Nashville, Audrey Hale was an adult. She was over 18 years old when she committed this shooting. Now, the difference being Nashville, there actually was the shooting. In Maryland, this was prevented. But again, why do we not have the manifesto and the details of a deceased shooter? Yet here we have an 18-year-old male in custody, and oh, by the way, he's not a Trump Republican, he's not a MAGA Republican, and we're getting details pretty quickly on this story.
By the way, this is Montgomery County Executive Mark Elrick. He snapped at a journalist when he was asked why they're covering up the fact that Andrea Yee was transgender. This is cut 17, Phil. Go.
What is the reluctance of the county to admit that this individual was transgender? This is the 4th time that we've seen this happen very recently. And right here, I hear all of our leadership saying to us today, and what we do in journalism here, we try not to do, is bury the lead. Why am I hearing about this from the New York Post?
Because it's not a lead. You know, how do you publicize every time somebody gets murdered that it's a white Christian male who's heterosexual?
Yes.
No, you don't.
Yes, they do.
The only crimes that get committed. You never publish somebody's sexual orientation when you talk about this. Why you focus on it being a transgender is beyond me. It is not a news story. It is not a crime to be transgender, and I'm sorry you feel that way.
It is absolutely a angle to the story, and a very, very pertinent one, because all we ever hear is about this identity, and oh, by the way, this community's under attack. Now, that guy, I'll take that reporter at face value. This is the 4th incident in that specific county where this has been one of the dynamics in play, and they want to bury it.
This quick clip here, this is cut 18, Phil. This is the police in Montgomery County making sure to call Andrea Yee by her preferred pronouns. Cut 18, Phil, go.
Of the warrant officers were able to read Yee's manifesto, which Yee alleges is fiction. In the document, Yee writes about targeting his former elementary school because little kids make easier targets.
Wow. Sicko.
He strategized on how to access the easiest classrooms in his high school and how he would be able to sneak a gun into the school.
There you go.
I love how these guys get all twisted into a pretzel over, preferred pronouns. Why are we giving this individual any sort of respect right now? This was a person that was set to unleash mass murder, and we're worried about how we correctly describe them.
We are.
Preferred pronouns. I prefer my students not to be deranged, not to have mental health breakdowns, not to be showing up with a book bag with a gun and a blueprint like this is some Hollywood movie script. That's what I prefer.
Let's end on a happier note, shall we?
Sure. Any TikTok videos with today?
So this is from CBS Saturday Morning. You can now, we talked about this, how you can now get a college degree on Taylor Swift's music.
That's right. Yeah, you can major in it.
So just remember, they did a whole report on these classes. Remember, when we're canceling student loan debts, these are the classes your kids are taking.
Yeah.
Just remember that.
And remember, the new Taylor Swift album came out last week.
This is cut.
Big point of discussion at Odyssey Earth Day.
Spotify, the most downloads or the most streams on Spotify's history.
All of our sales reps were so giddy they downloaded the whole album on
Well, I
the
mean,
phone.
we have one of our sister stations went all Taylor.
Yeah.
They play the entire album on Friday.
What do you think about that? Doing that here on this station?
No.
All Taylor all the time?
No. This is cut 12, Phil. Go.
All the marketing strategies in the world will only work if you have a good product to market.
You might not expect a business school course to begin like this.
Oh my God.
UC Berkeley, Taylor Swift is not just a tortured poet.
UC
She's a
Berkeley.
case study in how to build an empire.
Nothing about Taylor Swift is an accident.
Sophia Lendahl and Miad Bushala are student teachers of a course called Artistry and Entrepreneurship, Taylor's version.
It's just like everything from her music. Each era is kind of like its own brand.
Today's focus, Swift's literary devices and her song as the product.
I think that Taylor is so strategic in all the things that she does, and that's why I'm so interested in the course, kind of like unraveling how she's been able to be such a relevant figure for so long.
Berkeley is hardly alone. Universities nationwide are teaching the Swift effect in departments from English to political science to gender studies.
Miami, Texas, Delaware.
The proliferation of Taylor Swift courses at universities and colleges say about your generation?
People are becoming more and more interested in people who do bigger things in the world and people who give back.
It seems signing up for these classes can be harder than scoring tickets to see Swift herself. So we had to ask, with all that tuition money on the line,
what did your family think when you said, I'm taking a Berkeley course on Taylor Swift?
Everyone was super supportive and they loved it. They were like, you have to take this
Nose
class.
ring, lip ring, overalls.
She was like, well, if it's been approved by the university, I'm sure it'll be worthwhile.
Oh, wait, hang
My
on.
parents were thrilled. They've both wanted to learn
Oh,
more
Justin
about
Bieber.
her ever since I started showing an interest in her.
and they're taking a page from Swift's playbook.
There you go.
All right, so UC Berkeley. Surprised none of those students at UC Berkeley are wearing a mask. That's very, very encouraging. Maybe they're coming around. So the class is called, what was it? Artistry and Entrepreneurship, Taylor style.
Yep.
Now, if you want to go artistry and entrepreneurship as like some, elective in like a broadcast media department, I got that. I'm curious to know if it's you get 3 credits for that or 1. I'm also curious to know if Taylor's getting a cut of it because it seems like from what I gather from that clip, she's put her brand and her name, image, and likeness on that.
Look, I try not to be old man yelling at cloud, and I think to myself, I'm a huge Beatles fan. If there was a Beatlesology course in college, would I
At
have
Bucks
taken
County Community College, you take it?
Would I have taken it? Probably. You know what I mean? So, like, I get it. I just feel, if you feel like college is a giant waste of time,
which it is,
that's proof positive that it is.
You know, I might have to have that conversation with my girls. Look, Daddy is going to pay for college, but if you take a Taylor Swift elective, that's coming out of your pocket.
Your pocket.
Uh-huh.
I know I said that was the last one. I lied. One more. This is from our sister station, KDKA in Pittsburgh. Remember last week the Biden administration stopped at or Joe Biden himself stopped at a Sheetz gas station?
Yeah.
Well, now the administration is suing Sheetz gas station due to their racial discrimination because they conduct background checks on their employees.
So they screen people prior to hiring them.
Dare they?
And that's offensive.
Racial discrimination. This is the KDKA report, cut 10, Phil, go.
Sheetz is being sued over its hiring practices. The U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission filed the suit this morning. It claims that the way Sheetz bases employment on criminal records disproportionately screens out Black, Native American, and other multiracial applicants, and that this violates federal law. The suit does not accuse Sheetz of being motivated by race when making hiring decisions. We have reached out to Sheetz for comment, but so far we have not heard back.
So is it offensive to somebody that's white that has priors that applies to be a cashier at Sheetz because that's the only job they can get as a convicted felon back out on the street? Is that offensive?
Maybe.
I mean, look, you're dealing with a lot of cash, right? Sheetz, Wawa, these operations, a lot of transactions, a lot of foot traffic. I would want to know to a T everything I can about anybody I employ there.
Yep.
That's just, by the way, that suit is going to get tossed. there's no way a judge is going to rule in favor of...
Oh, I don't know, Nick.
Yeah.
You think
I don't know.
Background checks?
Yeah.
What line of employment does not conduct background checks? Maybe under the table cash jobs? Other than that, everybody does a background check, right?
Yeah, and but it depends. If you've paid, if you've paid your debt to society, then there are laws to protect you that you can go on to gain employment. However, some companies, particularly like Greg is saying, and you were saying with customer service, if there's somebody with a history of violent crime, they do have a right, if there's a continuing pattern with the violence, to not hire that individual because they're dealing one-on-one with sometimes nasty customers.
Yeah.
Well, see,
you know what I mean? Who can really set anybody off who does not even have. I mean, sometimes you see the way people are treated. It's really horrible.
Well, this is where if we live in a merit-based world, all you have to do as the employer that is now being questioned over their hiring practices is say, yeah, we do background checks for everybody. Bob was not disqualified because of his background, but I hired Joe because Joe had a better resume. He was the better candidate. Boom.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
That's all you have to say. At least in my world of common sense. But it's 2024. We've thrown common sense out the window. Is that it?
That's it.
Yeah, Joe Biden in sheets, huh?
Yep.
Interesting how that comes out after he goes.
By the way, coming up at 9:45 or whenever we do the second installment, I have Walmart 2024.
Oh, boy. Yeah. I love a good Walmart tussle.
Yeah.
All right, 8:43. That'll do it for round one of the cut sheet. We'll come back, get to Dawn's Big Three as we wrap up the 8 o'clock hour next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I hope I don't get burned again. Hang on, there we go. There we go. Hope I don't get burned again with the Philadelphia 76ers. I'm taking them tonight +5 against the New York Knicks. The road to the NBA Finals starts right now. New customers on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino can go on their own playoff run with $150. All you have to do is place a $5 bet, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, to use during the NBA playoffs. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi everyone, Stephanie here from Emmons. You know, a great way to spring out of those winter blues is by upgrading the favorite place in your home, your bathroom. Emmons will give you an affordable, modest bathroom refresh with synthetic stone surrounds in as little as 1 day. That's right, 1 day. And Emmons will include interior design consultations at no cost to you. This is an easy way to spruce up your bathroom without having to break the bank. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or check out our website at callemmons.com.
QC Kinetics announces the arrival of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, an acclaimed orthopedic surgeon with 2 decades of experience and extensive research in regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it, and at the same time I integrated clinical research that's resulted in several publications that are really directing the future of regenerative medicine. I was drawn to QC Kinetics after I reviewed their protocols, and everything they were doing is consistent with my own approach.
Today, Dr. Scheinkup leads the entire team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics, taking this exciting medical breakthrough to a whole new level.
What we are doing at QC Kinetics is transforming lives.
Get lasting joint pain relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Free speech lives here. With Don Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
When the lights go down in the city.
8 o'clock hour brought to you by Bounce Back Physical Therapy. If you are suffering with chronic pain when playing golf, me, tennis, or pickleball, Bounce Back Physical Therapy in Wayne, PA specializes in treating sports injuries. Their licensed physical therapists will get you feeling better in as few as 3 visits. Visit bouncebackpt.com to book an appointment today. A lot of good stuff coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, including Bill Barr once again defending Donald Trump. We'll also get to threats to democracy and also a couple of stories in the world of DEI, including Al Roker in the news. That's all still ahead as we continue. But right now, 8:46, let's get to Dawn Stenzelin's Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning. Breaking news as we learn that police have stormed Yale University's campus with riot gear, arresting multiple students as hundreds gathered to protest anti-Israel policies. So police in full riot gear swarming Yale University's Connecticut campus this morning and arresting students who were staging that anti-Israel encampment there for several days and over the weekend. And so I've been looking at monitoring all the different footage. Police had started to warn those protesters, saying they risked being arrested if they did not clear out.
Yep.
So quite a scene as all of these protesters were cuffed for trespassing and hauled away on Yale's campus.
Barry Weiss with a great tweet, and she says, for a second, imagine that black students at Columbia were taunted with chants of go back to Africa, or imagine that a gay student at Yale was surrounded by homophobic protesters and hit in the eye with a flagpole. Or imagine if a campus told Muslim students that they ought to head home for Ramadan because campus public safety could not guarantee their security. There would be relentless fury from our media and condemnation from our politicians. Very true.
I don't wish this, but I'm going to say it. This screams to me Kent State 1970. With everything that's happening right now in the country and with all of these students up in arms about what's happening in the Middle
every
East,
day.
and now the police getting involved like this, I fear something bad is going to happen.
You're probably right.
Well, that brings us to security during Passover being beefed up locally, nationally, not just at local universities, but synagogues, as this is amid a rise in these anti-Semitic incidents. And we even have the FBI putting out warnings. The FBI saying they're focusing on making sure Passover, which begins sundown this evening, can be observed peacefully. So this is all in the swirl of what you're talking about, Greg Stocker, that we do have Passover beginning sundown. We have, in one case, that was Columbia, a rabbi and multiple rabbis saying, hey, students, just come home for Passover.
Mm-hmm.
You are not safe.
That's unbelievable. And this has been spreading through every single one of these campuses at the Ivy Leagues. It started with Harvard, then it was Penn, and it was Columbia. Now it's Yale. I'm sure Princeton has had their issues. Dartmouth, Brown. I don't know if I've left out any other Ivy League institutions. I think I covered all 7 of them, but it's just running amok there, nonstop.
Yale officials releasing a statement. Yale does not tolerate actions, including remarks that threaten, harass, or intimidate members of the university's Jewish, Muslim, and other communities. And as far as the Yale Police Department, they released a statement saying they're investigating each of these reports. They're taking action when appropriate, including making referrals for student discipline. So they're not just cuffing and arresting the students today, but they're also, what Yale is saying is that you could be kicked out of Yale.
Good.
If you're making these anti-Semitic statements.
It's not a right to be enrolled at Yale. It's a privilege. Yeah. They have, say what you want about them, but they do hold, they're held to a high standard, as these Ivy League think tanks are. You don't want this to tarnish your reputation. Although I love how they say we do not tolerate. They give you a lot of leeway on these campuses for this stuff. A lot of leeway before they finally send out the police and get you shipped out of there.
And as they should, as far as when you're protesting, you have a right to free speech.
Mm-hmm.
Where they're crossing the line is when they're screaming out threats.
Yes.
Death threats and threats to their fellow, students who are Jewish.
Right. Or preventing you from moving and getting from point A to point B. You can't do that. You can't impede somebody's progress to get from one spot to another destination.
Number 3, on a lighter, brighter note, Eagles fans, Eagles! couple of firsts, but you now have the opportunity to buy tickets today for a direct, and this is the only direct type of round trip flight that I know of from Philadelphia PHL to Sao Paulo, Brazil. So the flight departs Philadelphia Thursday, September 5th.
No thanks.
The day before the season opener against the Green Bay Packers, September 6th. And then it returns September 7th, the first time the airline is offering nonstop service from PHL to South America. Why? Because it's a historic first ever regular season game in Brazil as part of the 2024 International Games. NFL had announced that. And so it's pretty exciting. The game is during week 1, and that
it's a Friday night game too.
Yes, Friday night game.
I know.
At Corinthians Arena.
Let's just cross that off as a loss for the Eagles.
Would you rather watch the Eagles on a Friday night or high school football in the Delaware Valley?
Well, you know where I'll be.
Yes. You can keep Sao Paulo, Brazil, or wherever this is. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I'll just watch on television.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a cool it's a cool trip to Brazil, I guess. But
do they like Americans there?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I think so.
Okay.
They'll probably put this game on some ridiculous streaming service that nobody will be able to figure out how to find.
Exactly.
Pain in the butt.
Well, we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Get special financing as low as 2.9% for up to 48 months on the 2024 Honda CRV and Passport. Visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, and Springfield. You can always go online, piazzahonda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Bill Barr back in the news again, and DEI with Al Roker and Joy Reid. Final hour coming up next here on a Monday morning. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The future of medicine is here at QC Kinetics. Yeah, my friends at QC Kinetics are the nation's leader in the most exciting revolution in pain management that we've seen in decades. I'm talking regenerative medicine. If you're tired of those achy joints, especially when you wake up, if your joint pain is keeping you from doing everything you love, you need to call QC Kinetics. Call them now. Surgery, steroids, drugs, they're no longer the best options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is truly transforming lives with innovative treatments which deliver lasting results. And I'm talking natural biologics here, using your body's own power to repair and restore your damaged tissue. QC Kinetics is under the leadership of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup. Dr. Scheinkup is a pioneer in this field with more than 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, publishing. He wants to get you relief with a needle, not a knife. Call QC Kinetics now. Learn more about some exciting options here. And like I say, it's a revolutionary approach that gets you long-term relief, no downtime. QC Kinetics, call them now, get a free consultation, and put this on your calendar, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, just call them, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. If you're dealing with inflammation or stiff joints, then Glyco Plus from Rescue Natural Supplements can be your ticket to a healthier spring. Glyco Plus features a unique blend of green-lipped muscle complex and UC2 collagen, specifically designed to support joint health. Collagen, a vital component of joint cartilage, plays a crucial role in maintaining strength and flexibility. And right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com. res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use the code RELIEF. Buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Planning a wedding? Enhance the experience with a rehearsal dinner or reception at Del Frisco's Double Eagle Steakhouse in Center City, Philadelphia. Experience the Del Frisco's difference for all your wedding festivities. For more information, call 267-817-3867.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal and Company, baby. Rolling on 9 o'clock. Fourth and final hour underway on this beautiful Monday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. Morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. What's on the cut sheet? Part due at the bottom of the hour. Stocker's got 38 more pages of cuts that he could flip through.
I bring it, baby.
You do. You do. We're loaded.
I bring it.
We've got enough content for today to get through like Wednesday. It's absurd. Not complaining, though. It's always a good thing. Also, today in music history, what's on tap for the Dawn Show? and who won Twitter today. So let's talk threats to democracy, shall we? Because that is something that we always hear from the left. We heard Hillary Clinton say in the cut sheet this morning that Trump will not only imprison, but he will kill people if reelected. So I think the Bill Barr story is fascinating. We talked a bit about it last week. And then again on Saturday, he took it a step further when he was on Cavuto Live on Saturday. I did not know that Cavuto worked on Saturdays on Fox News, but apparently he does. And this made headlines, the New York Post with this story. I've also got some good audio for you. Tucker Carlson on the Joe Rogan podcast, and also Stephen A. Smith on with Hannity talking about threats to democracy, and we'll get to those clips here in just a couple of moments. But Bill Barr, headline from the New York Post, says he's backing Trump 2024 because far left is a greater threat. He calls them a heavy-handed bunch of thugs. Barr 73 was on with Neil Cavuto on Saturday and said that the Biden administration is in fact the greater threat to democracy. He says, quote, I think that they have a totalitarian temper. They have brought into the progressive movement, and it has been full throttle ever since. And they're trying to squelch opposition and freedom of speech. It's a heavy-handed bunch of thugs, in my opinion, and that is where the threat is, Barr said at another point about the far left. And I think that is substantial, and I think that's important because the former Attorney General did not have a good couple final of weeks when he was in office as part of the Trump administration and the Trump White House. I would say Bill Barr and Donald Trump not on the best of terms these days over the last 3.5 or 4 years. So when somebody like that, like Bill Barr, comes out and says, no, the far left is the far greater threat to democracy, I think that should be a big story. That should be news that people are talking about because it's not like Bill Barr is buddy-buddy with DJT these days after what happened in 2020. And I want to play you this clip because I think if we talked earlier this morning about the NBC News poll about how Americans at a 20-year low with election interest, only 64% of those polled in this NBC poll said that their enthusiasm level for the election is a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10. That's the lowest it's been in 20 years, the last 4 elections. And I think in part with all of what's going on is people are so tired of the hyperbole. It becomes a tune-out. Threats to democracy. Trump will not leave office if he gets elected. He'll become a king. He'll never leave 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. This will be the last election that we ever have in this country. And I think most people with common sense just roll their eyes and be like, man, this is how you're trying to sell your side and spin that you're the better option by saying so-and-so is a, quote, threat to democracy. Tucker Carlson was on the Joe Rogan podcast for apparently 3 hours. I trimmed it down. I think we got like 90 seconds here. But here is Tucker Carlson, I think, echoing the sentiment of many Americans in this country that are so tired of being lectured to about threats to democracy. Take a listen to this clip.
It's a natural inclination. It's a natural thought that people have. If they're the ones, if you guys are a bunch of dopes that are just listening to my orders and I tell you how to live your life and what to do, I'm naturally going to think I'm better than you.
Well, people have lived under those systems since there have been systems, but
always.
What makes it particularly galling and hard to live with is when you call that system a democracy.
Right.
That's too dishonest for me. I would much rather live in a monarchy where everyone thinks the king has been assigned by God to rule over us and his whims are law. And, that makes sense. I don't like it, but at least it has internal coherence.
Right.
When they stand up and pass a $60 billion funding bill for Ukraine, when 70% of the population doesn't want it, when they're ignoring the actual problems in our country, like the economy and the border, and they're calling in Congress over the weekend to pass something that people don't want, while ignoring the things that people do want, and if they do the same kind of thing again and again for like 50 years, and they call it a democracy, that will drive you insane.
Yeah.
Because it's just too dishonest. Why not just say, we don't give a what you want. we are getting something out of this Ukraine funding, whether it's like the thrill of being masters of the universe or whether it's money from the defense contractors, whatever we're getting out of it is more important to us than your opinion. This is not self-government. You don't run this country. We do. Shut up and obey. If they at least said that, you'd be like, okay, I get it. Those are the terms. But if I get another lecture from Joe Scarborough about defending democracy, when this is not a democracy, it's not even a close approximation of a democracy, then I'm going to go crazy because I just can't deal with the lying.
I think that's really well said. And it's guys like Joe Scarborough on MSNBC. Thankfully, I don't watch that show. And the only time we get any of those clips are on the cut sheet, which is always good fodder. But I can't, I'm just so at the point where I'm exhausted by the hyperbole of threats to democracy and also insulting our intelligence. Like, I try not to be a partisan hack, even though I am. But the reality is the threat to democracy is coming from those who scream from the mountaintop that Trump is the threat to democracy. Last time I checked, Trump didn't indict a political rival 4 different times. The last time I checked, Joe Biden or any other Democrat were not hit with 91 felony charges. Oh, by the way, also, you want to talk about threats to democracy, look at what they're doing to RFK Jr. If there's one man, one family roaming planet Earth that could use Secret Service protection, it is RFK Jr., right? And that was denied by the Biden administration. We talk about what this country was founded on and what makes it great. For the last 3.5 years, they've slowly and methodically tried to hack away at all of your rights. Think about the big takes that we've done in the last 2 weeks. First Amendment related, Second Amendment related, Fourth Amendment related with search and seizure. I want to get into this whole FISA situation that many Republicans actually voted in favor for. We'll do that later in the week, where now the government has even more ability to spy and, you know, use surveillance techniques on its own citizens. So, to me, I know we have 6 months to go, but I'm just so over the threat to democracy out there. So I wanted to play you that clip. Let me also play you this one because I thought this was good. And this goes back to something we were talking about last week. Speaking of individuals that are continually in the news, giving their views on democracy and threats to democracy, Stephen A. Smith from ESPN is, I think, good friends with Sean Hannity. They always talk about it. They always say that they're buddies, yada, yada, yada. Stephen A. Smith was on with Hannity on Friday night and had this to say about Biden, Trump, and threats to democracy. Take a listen to this clip.
When I think about Donald Trump, I think about this case in New York. I mean, I'm looking at the Democrats right now. And again, primarily, I have voted Democrat throughout my life, but I'm utterly disgusted with what I'm seeing because it seems to me that they're trying to use the law in the courts. They've clearly politicized this thing with Donald Trump because they can't come up with a strategy to offset the momentum he's clearly gained. In at least 5 polls, he's up. He's up in the polls over Biden, at least 5 polls that I counted. That's the reality of the situation. Despite the counts against them, the indictments against them, being impeached twice and all of this other stuff, he is the presumptive GOP nominee. And you don't seem to have the issues in your favor, you believe. So because of that, you're going to manipulate the system as best as you possibly can to avoid him possibly running for re-election again. That appears to be their strategy, but I'm here to tell you, it's not working.
To take Stephen A. Smith's words, manipulate the system, I think that's him politely saying the Biden administration and the left weaponizing the systems against Donald Trump is a true threat to democracy. I would also say this, Stephen A. Smith, to be an employee at ESPN, showing up on Fox News to talk politics, that just goes to show you the clout and power he has.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
No other person at ESPN, far left owned by Disney and Mickey Mouse, could ever show up on Fox News with Sean Hannity and say that. So I would take it one step further, and I said this briefly last week with Michael Rappaport, with The Rock when he was here in Philly for WrestleMania, with Stephen A. Smith. Dude, you are very powerful, very influential. Mm-hmm. Quit beating around the bush and just come out and say it. You know, because I believe Stephen A. Smith has voted Republican at least once in his life. He has said that. He largely voted Democrat his whole life, which I infer he voted Republican at least once in his lifetime. He should just come out and say it. I'm voting for Donald Trump or I'm endorsing Donald Trump because ESPN ain't going to punish him. They're not going to suspend him.
No.
He makes $17 million a year. He runs that network. So just come out and say it. I'm tired of these people that are traditionally left-wing in the media talking about how they're close to going for Trump, but they don't do it.
I hate to say this, but Dawn and I say this all the time. They all come home. Well, they're all going to vote Democrat. Michael Rappaport is not going to vote for Trump. Stephen A. Smith is not going to vote for Trump.
You're probably right.
They're all going to come home.
Mm-hmm.
They're all going to come home. They're just making hay out of it right now because it's getting them a little juice. It's getting them a little play. But when it really comes down to it, they're not going to vote for Trump. I'm telling you right now.
I would just love to ask all of these people, and you don't need to be Stephen A. Smith, The Rock, or Michael Rappaport. You could just be your average Tom, Dick, or Harry. If you are sitting there and saying, and Dawn, you mentioned this earlier, all of the issues, you line them up side by side, Biden versus Trump, it's advantage Trump. How can you, in good faith, know that the world was a better place, America was a better place on the issues that matter, the bottom line issues, and then still vote for the other guy? I can't wrap my head around that. And I understand the hatred for Trump. I do. I see it from my mother-in-law. I've lived it firsthand. I understand the way these people think. But I just don't, I can't like, you're willing to cut off your nose to spite your face. It makes no sense. Why would you want to pay more? Why would you want to have a more open border? Why would you want to have more crime? Why would you want all of these negatives just because you don't like one guy for whatever reason it is? If politics is a bottom line end result business, which we know it's not, but if it is, the easy decision is Donald Trump, right?
Right. And Stephen A. Smith, and we all remember you when you were here and working for the Philadelphia Inquirer before you made it to the big time. But Stephen A., you can vote for Trump. We won't tell. Nobody will know.
Yes.
I think a lot of people a lot of people are looking at all of this craziness, and I hope they vote with the truth. I hope they vote with the facts and not with emotion.
But sadly, I don't think that they will. I think a lot of people will just, like that clip we played for you last week. Was it last week or was it 2 weeks ago where you had those women in Pennsylvania and they were dancing around in their living room holding like a drinking a mimosa and having an edible party?
Yep.
I mean, they legitimately throw get-togethers just to hey, you want to go live on Facebook to mock Trump? Let's do it, and let's call him the Orange Man. Like, that's great, but your guy has not resonated with a majority of Americans. I mean, we just saw last week, you just compare the two, and I try not to get caught up in optics, rally size, or who shows up at what convenience store, but just look at the energy levels for when Trump is at Wawa, a bodega, Schnecksville, Pennsylvania, and then look at Joe coming down the street in Scranton, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, or at Sheetz. It's like Elvis shows up one place and the fans are everywhere, and then another performer shows up and it's darn near crickets. It's just not even close right now.
A lot of these guys, like Michael Rappaport, like the reason they're being highlighted right now is because they're calling out the Biden administration.
Right.
But that doesn't mean they're voting for Trump.
That's true.
I'm telling you.
But a victory would be them staying at home, right? If you're a Trump supporter?
Well, I mean, I hate to break the news to everybody, but the way Trump wins is if the majority of Democrats stay home. Don't vote for him. That's the truth.
Or are not activated to vote against him.
No.
Is that what you mean?
If the Democrat voters do not stay home for Biden, then Trump wins.
Yeah.
Or if they vote for RFK.
If it's a record turnout again, Trump ain't winning. I hate to tell you.
Yeah.
Well, so do you think so? All right. So we've seen. Let's take the election excitement poll from NBC that we highlighted earlier this morning. 64% excited for this election, the lowest it's been in 20 years. But yet you still think there's going to be a possibility of record turnout?
No, I don't think there's going to be record turnout.
So you think less turnout than 4 years ago or
yes,
more?
I think less turnout than 4 years ago.
Okay.
Less turnout than 4 years ago. But again, look, the Supreme Court is going to hear another abortion case with Idaho. There's something about abortion with the life of the mother or something like that that's on the Supreme Court docket.
This is the most important docket SCOTUS has seen in years.
If that case is, if they rule against that where it's not allowed, I'm telling you, there's going to be record women turnout. for this.
Supreme Court breaks, I think, at some point in June for the summer. They are going to be super, super busy these next 6 to 8 weeks, including the homeless story that they're going to be hearing today.
Yep.
In front
Homeless.
of... Go ahead.
And not just that one, the J6 case, which would have ramifications with regard to Donald J. Trump.
I mean, nobody could have more direct impact on the election this fall than the Supreme Court of the United States.
Yep.
That's where we're at. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in just about 5 minutes. Stopped out at a trio of Piazza dealerships last week. Oh, do we have some beautiful vehicles to talk about. The Mercedes-Benz C300, the Acura Integra, and also the Mazda CX-30. Got to test drive all three of those beautiful vehicles, all different price points, all with different accessories and amenities. But I tell you what, all three of them, 4-cylinder vehicles with a ton of power and punch. The CX-30, the most affordable of the bunch, followed by the Acura Integra, and then all the way up to the Mercedes-Benz C300. I've never seen a luxury vehicle that does everything on voice command. You can legitimately sit in that vehicle and say, hey, Mercedes, show me X, Y, or Z, and boom, it spits out everything you need on the fly. Go check out all of the dealerships that Piazza offers. Mazda, if you want a little bit of a higher-end vehicle, check out Acura. And if you want the king, go to Mercedes-Benz. And oh, by the way, if you're in the market for an SUV, the Honda Pilot Trail Sport, one of their 5 locations, Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Shop all their inventory right now. Doesn't matter if you're looking for a truck, an SUV, a brand new luxury vehicle, something that's more economical, something that's electric, all of it right now online, PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
Hi, it's Dawn Stenslin. Take your lawn to the next level with my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, with fewer weeds for more than 35 years. Their unique approach to lawn care reduces the need for chemicals, creating a safer lawn for your pets and children. Time's running out. Get free seeding every year. Call 1-800-FREE-SEED. Visit naturallawn.com today. Learn more. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Philly. Jason Kelsey here. Even though I won't be playing on Sundays anymore, you can still find me at Lincoln Financial Field on Saturday, May 18th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial Group. This event raises millions of dollars to support autism research and care and gives you the chance to walk, run, or ride your bike beside your favorite Eagles players. Together, we can transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org, and I'll see you there.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans at Wildwood Catholic Academy in North Wildwood and at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
Allen Iverson, Cole Hamels, Joel Embiid. My dad set this up. This was actually a gift to us to bring us all together. Come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. Come see it. It's amazing.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic on June 29th and the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing client. Crash Proof Retirement provides all of their clients with a certificate of authenticity, further documenting that recording financial meetings brings fiduciary responsibility to the highest level.
I'm Jack Gunning from Bluebell, Pennsylvania. I don't know whether anybody can offer you the security that Crash Proof Retirement does. I have a certificate that tells me they're a fiduciary. Everything is recorded and they have your best interest at heart. That certificate is 100% documentation that you know what they're saying is 100% correct. Other companies don't have this guarantee. This certificate means an awful lot for me, and it should mean an awful lot for you.
Certify your retirement future. Register for either the 11 a.m. or 5 p.m. Crash Proof event at the Washington Crossing Inn on May 15th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Martin Water Conditioning's Customer Appreciation Sale. Everything flows smoothly. Martin Water Conditioning has the latest in water purifying technology for your home. Until April 22nd, receive up to $500 off when purchasing a Connecticut water system. 18 and 48-month special financing or 10% off, spot-free car rinse system, and more. Call Martin Water Conditioning at 1-800-853-1093. Offers cannot be combined or applied to prior sales.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is Kayal Company, 922. Good to have you in on this Monday morning with Dawn and Greg. Dawn show coming up at 10. Find out what's on tap for Dawn's show, as well as Today in Music History, Who on Twitter Today, Cut Sheet Part 2 coming up bottom of the hour. But right now, let's give away another great prize because it's time for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Look, I got you. I'm going to record your ass. Record the out of you. Record. Rose? Uh-huh. So last time I talked to Chris, he told me your mama hypnotized him.
Rod, just stop.
Huh?
I know why you're calling.
Why is that?
It's kind of obvious, don't you think?
What?
That there's something between us?
No, what you talking about, girl? I called you about Chris.
No, Rod. Whenever we'd go out, I remember you looking at me.
What the f? No, Chris is my best friend.
Hey, look, if you did something, you asked you. I didn't want to.
Bah! God, she's a genius.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All week long, we will be giving away pairs of tickets to the Down and Derby Wine Festival, featuring Secret Service Band on May 4th from 2 to 7 p.m. at Veterans Island at Cooper River Park in Pennsauken, New Jersey. Sample delicious wines from South Jersey's best wineries and enjoy live music, performers, food trucks, fun, and games. Must be 21 or older to attend the event. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. Pair of passes for the Down and Derby Wine Festival. All right, Cut Sheet Part 2 coming up in just a few minutes. But we did get an email that I want to read. And this was sent to us from a man named Rob. And he says, and by the way, this is an update to the Pembroke story, with the subject being Pembroke Update Saturday 4/20. He says, hey all, please see the below message from the North Penn School District that was sent out on Saturday morning. Note, no mention of the principal's premature statement on the day of the incident. This is the statement that referred to the assault as a fight or an altercation, which we've established was not, as this was a targeted attack. Rob goes on to say he will forward us further updates as they come out, as they receive them. But here is the email that was sent out on Saturday. Dear North Penn community, first I want to acknowledge the hurt, trauma, concern, and angst that has resulted from the incident that occurred this week at Pembroke Middle School. As I stated in my communication on Wednesday, I am also appalled by what happened that day. At last Thursday's school board meeting, many community members expressed their disappointment and their anger regarding the incident and demanded answers and action steps to ensure that this type of event does not happen again in our schools. Of course, this will take time, and the work necessary for comprehensive school safety is never finished. Thursday evening, and in previous communications, I stated that there are many more details to this incident that I am unable to share, and this can be frustrating to both you and me. However, students and families have a right to due process and confidentiality. What I can tell you is that we will be tireless in our demonstration to you that we too share your concern and are committed to substantial improvement today and in the long-term future. Details for each of the items listed below, which are too long to read here on the show, will become clear in the very near future. But here are a few of the commitments that I am making to you based upon the feedback that we have heard from parents, students, and staff over the last few days. There's about 10 to a dozen different solutions that they will be looking to implement moving forward. And then he wraps up. You can sit here and talk about due process, and I believe in, the rule of law and things like that. But this is just inexcusable the way this story has been covered. And really, to me, this is the failure of school administrators. We talked about this earlier this morning, that this girl that we played for you in the cut sheet, this little 12-year-old that saw one of her students or fellows, classmates, watching their head get smashed with a Stanley. This 13-year-old male that now wants to identify as a female, apparently, allegedly, has a rap sheet of doing this at a prior school, even though this has been debated and disputed. And
that was the story that we broke here on WPHT on Friday.
And it's just, I'm sorry. Principals, guidance counselors, school security, if that specific school has a police officer on staff, and other teachers and adults should have been able to prevent this from happening. And whether this lasted, and we're talking about the attack itself, 8 minutes or 28 minutes, I'm not giving kids the excuse. We talk about these TikTok videos, right? What do? They immediately pull out their phone and film an assault instead of breaking it up. But those are kids. Kids are going to be kids, right? Where are the adults who are supposed to be adults to make sure that this either doesn't happen or it gets wrapped up in 90 seconds?
And all these warning signs, too. The guidance counselor being warned, hey, by the way, this kid has a hit list. I'm on it.
Yeah.
And they're going to strike at lunchtime.
Oh, you'll be fine.
And allegedly, it went on for 28 minutes without a teacher doing a damn thing.
I'm just trying to picture myself in my cafeteria at Easton Middle School again. And I remember just teachers standing over by the window.
All the time.
They're just monitoring everything. There's eyes everywhere.
Yep.
So if a fight broke out in my middle school, within probably 60 seconds, one of the teachers jumps in.
Yep.
There are so many questions to this point.
Yep.
And they were naming the teacher that they went and told 5 hours prior. But my question is, first of all, we know that there is a first reporters law in Pennsylvania that was passed fairly recently, within the past few years, where if you are an adult, whether you're a sanctioned volunteer, a teacher, etc., and somebody reports something to you, you are required by law to forward that report.
Mm-hmm.
So will that teacher face any kind of prosecution or charges? Or will the teacher come out then and say, everybody's going to have lawyers always win, as Yoli says, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the teacher may say, hey, look, this was a new student who was just transferred here. I had no idea, had I been given, which I should have been given, the background here.
Yep.
That we now know here on WPHT, because we had parents from the other middle school calling, saying, yeah, this very same kid was at our school, and for years, even in the grade school, had been a problem. They just transferred this kid.
Right.
So that's another huge issue here. We need to have the transparency, and I guarantee you that under the cloak of, well, these are juveniles protected by the system, I guarantee you that this information will not be forthcoming today in court when this goes to juvie court.
Mm-hmm. 855-839-1210. Sam in New Jersey is our winner for the Morning Mystery Movie Clip. Sam, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Good morning, Cal. We played Get Out.
Get
out. Yes.
Woo!
I've been told get out many times in many walks of life.
Many times.
Congratulations, Sam. You got the Down in Derby Wine Festival tickets coming up on May 4th.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Love the show.
You got it. Thank you very much, Sam from New Jersey checking in. We'll come back and get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2 on the other side. Stocker's got about 3 days worth of audio to get to, and we'll do that when we come back. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Then you need to give our friends, my friends at Kitchen Magic, a call right now. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity or maybe a tub shower conversion, how does that sound? You're going to love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces right here in Pennsylvania. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus you get 10% off your entire remodel. And get Kitchen Magic's free in-home consultation today. Just call them at and you can contact them, kitchenmagic.com, kitchenmagic.com. Don't forget, tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Do you want more control over your business spending? Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management platform designed to save you time and money. Ramp offers unlimited corporate cards with spend controls you can customize to stop wasteful spending before it happens. Ramp makes expense reports a breeze by automatically collecting receipts and matching them to the right transaction. You'll close your books in hours instead of days. Ramp allows you to see all your company spend in one place, so you can make quick, informed decisions about your business finances. Plus, Ramp will share insights based on your spending to help you cut costs. Over 15,000 businesses have added up to 5% to their bottom line with Ramp. You can be one of them. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. RAMP.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
All right, football fans, the NFL Draft is almost here, and the free Odyssey app brings you the latest coverage from the biggest sports radio stations across the country. Which players will help your team the most? Who will make a draft day trade? Will they be ready for week 1? The local conversations about the team you love. All on the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download it today.
The 9 a.m. hour here on Kayal and Company, brought to you by the Arden Theater. Don't miss Arden's Children's Theater's modern retelling of the classic tale Pinocchio Adopted by Greg Banks, a wooden boy, a nose that grows, a huge whale, and a cricket with a lot of opinions. On stage now, info at ardentheater.org. The Arden Theater brings to you the 9 a.m. hour by Kayal & Company.
Rich Zioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal & Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Big guest coming up at 5 o'clock today for Zioli. Are we taking bets? Are we going to go on record and make our official prediction for those that are not in the know of who is actually going to be appearing today at 5 o'clock?
Well, I mean, I'm in the know, so I'm out.
Is Dawn officially in the know, or is she?
No, but she knows.
She knows. Okay.
Everybody knows.
Here's what I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
The guest will not be giving Zioli what the guest gave me, which is a beautiful silver platter with the autograph of the 45th President of the United States of America. Zioli won't get the platter, but he may get the big interview.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't forget that, I know it doesn't matter here in PA, but there is a primary tomorrow.
Yeah, I know. We're not even talking about it.
Literally.
We've mentioned it.
We have, but is there any? I can't think of a more boring primary.
No, cannot at all. Well, I tell you what, that was a short-lived experiment, was it not?
What?
The whole primary season. That lasted all of 4 weeks we talked about it.
Yeah.
Foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
Well, that's, if we moved it,
Yeah.
if they moved it earlier, we'd be part of the excitement.
Yeah.
At least.
I know. I feel unfulfilled, to be completely honest. I was looking forward to that.
Dawn, he's unfulfilled.
Yes.
Unfulfilled.
That's a common theme. All right, 9:37.
By the way, even with a no primary, nothing happening, still getting record numbers. That's all
Well, there's a lot happening.
Yeah,
it's
there's
just
a lot. Oh my
not
gosh.
Pennsylvania being primary.
People are interested. They're just not interested in Pennsylvania right now.
Pennsylvania's a boring state. That's why I left. Just saying.
But now you're back.
Kind of low energy. Yeah, I came back for the money. Money was too good. All right. Let's get to Greg Stockers. What's on the cut sheet, part dude?
We're working at Wawa.
The cut sheet.
A second job for you. What's on the cut sheet, Bardu is sponsored by Budget Blinds. Spring is here, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shade shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation, and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com. Budgetblinds.com. CNN polling over the weekend. Donald Trump is, in fact, better liked than he was 4 years ago. And is better liked than Joe Biden is right now.
Oh.
This is by the way, Harry Enton, who does the polling for CNN, is shocked by this.
Of course he is.
Shocked. Cut 9, Phil, go.
This is viewed favorably across Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. In the 2020 exit polls, what do we see? 50% of voters view Joe Biden on average favorably in those states, compared to just 45% for Donald Trump. Look at the Joe Biden trend line where he is now. Joe Biden is far less liked than he was 4 years ago. Just 43% of voters now view Joe Biden favorably in these states. And Donald Trump, despite everything that has happened, actually slightly more liked. 47% favorable rating. So this isn't just a lesser of two evils that's going on. The fact is that Donald Trump is, in fact, better liked than he was 4 years ago, and is better liked than Joe Biden is right now in these battleground states. It's pretty gosh darn clear.
Gosh darn clear, don't you know?
It's pretty gosh darn clear.
Joe's down 7%. Trump's up 2. It's a 9-point swing in favor of Trump. So you're saying you don't realize what you had until it's gone and it's too late, right? Isn't that the old adage about relationships? You didn't realize what you had until you lost it.
It's a great Rolling Stones song, too.
There you go. I actually had a conversation with a buddy of mine yesterday who lives in the Parkland School District up in the Lehigh Valley, north of Allentown. And he's a Republican, but he was one of the guys that really wanted DeSantis to get the nominee because he felt that Trump could not win the general election. And he's a Trump guy, but he just feels like it was time to move on.
Yeah.
And he said to me yesterday, he goes, "Isn't it amazing that Joe Biden is the worst president this country has had since Jimmy Carter? And as bad as he is, Trump is only beating him by 2 or 3 points in a lot of the polls." And I said, well, yeah, because the hatred for Trump outweighs the effectiveness. And he said to me, he goes, if you just take Trump's track record of success and put that and plaster that and copy and paste it on another individual running for president, those polling numbers would be double digits across the board. And I didn't have much of a rebuttal for it. I'm like, you're probably right. I know polls really don't matter, but like if it wasn't Trump and it was somebody else compared to Biden with the track record of Trump, basically what I think he was trying to tell me is if you take away like the drama and like the combativeness and the stuff that makes Trump Trump, and it was just policy and effectiveness, it would be like a runaway. And I kind of agree with him in a way. Because there's a lot of people that just can't get past Trump and his bravado.
Well, that's why they have to. He's in court again this morning.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they must persecute Trump to keep him off the campaign trail and to keep him away from speaking about the horrifying policies that have thrust people into poverty, that have caused that's truly wreaking havoc in this nation with border security, unrest, craziness, upside down life. So they have to keep Trump bound up in court. That's that's the only strategy here.
Sid Weiss, Cinderella saying, "Don't know what you got till it's gone." You are correct, sir. I meant the Rolling Stones saying, "You can't always get what you want."
Can't always get.
Thank you for calling me out, Sid. I love this audience. They never let us get away with anything.
No, sir.
By the way, what did Harry say after you had this conversation with him?
No, it was not him.
Oh, okay.
No.
I'm just kidding.
No, it was not.
I'm just kidding. I'm going to cut 11 here, Phil. This is an NBC poll. Which candidate is better on handling crisis? Strong record as president, competent and effective, necessary mental and physical health, dealing with inflation, cost of living. All of this is addressed in this short clip here with Steve Kornacki on Meet the Press on Sunday. Cut 11, Phil, go.
About the erosion for Biden, and now you start to see it. Look at these numbers. Trump advantages on all of these traits.
And I stop here because competent and effective, that was President Biden's, the crux of his campaign pitch back in 2020.
And we actually polled this question in 2020, and it was basically the exact opposite. It was Biden with about a 10-point advantage over Trump. And again, same with handling a crisis. Biden had the edge over Trump. And how about this? It's the former president, the current president. We don't really see matchups like this. Well, now we can measure it. Who has the strong record as president? And again, Trump outpacing Biden on that front. And again, you got to mention this one, too. Necessary mental and physical health. We asked this 4 years ago. It was a wash. It's now a clear liability for Joe Biden. So these are all troubling numbers for Biden. We talk about.
There you go.
So there you go. You look at every category, decisively Trump or Trump by a small margin in the 5 categories that you just saw plastered on YouTube. Again, I'll say it. If it wasn't for Roe v. Wade, it's Trump in a landslide. To me, there's no question about it. If that thing was not touched 2 summers ago, and we're talking about this election today, Trump's the runaway winner.
Finally, I teased this earlier. Phil, if you can pull up cut 14 here. Walmart in 2024. We like to do Walmart past and present.
Airlines past and present.
Things past and present. This I would play audio, but it's just the F word over and over and over again. Get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. This is cut 14, Phil, if you want to pull this up, the video. There we go.
Oh, my goodness.
There's a cleanup in aisle 4.
It's a Royal Rumble.
It's literally, it's women.
It's women everywhere just
Look at
fighting,
this, just
haymakers.
beating the living you-know-what out of each other. And this is all being filmed. This is happening in a Walmart.
This is right in front of the self-checkout. I mean, look, she's got a pipe. She's got a pipe. She's got a pipe.
Look at this.
Hey, this is like the WWF scripted in the 1990s. This is the Attitude Era. There's got to be at least 15 individuals.
Look at these people. Oh, it takes a swing.
Swings
with
the
a
whole pipe.
Yeah. And like no store employees are doing anything. Not that I would get involved in this either.
No, when you pull out pipes, I'm out.
Yeah.
Look, this is just.
We're just an uncivilized society.
Look at
really
this.
Are. Just people acting like animals, and they're all kids.
Shoes on the floor, busted glass. There goes the pipe again.
Yep. Just no regard for safety, no regard for other people. It's disgraceful.
Is this why you don't go into Walmarts?
This is why, yes. This is what happens in Walmarts. This is what happens in Walmarts, ladies and gentlemen.
Doesn't happen too often in Targets, though, does it?
You can get a loaf of bread and a pair of underwear.
Yeah.
Great.
You can get a
and a TV.
Yeah, TV and a haymaker.
That's so dumb.
It's unbelievable.
I go to Walmart all the time. I've never had anything like that happen. If I
Well, you
had
go in
seen it,
you go in those rich areas, you know. You and
Trooper. Trooper PA. Like,
you go in those.
man.
You go in those rich suburban areas. This is a.
She goes to the Walmart supercenters where they have groceries and clothes.
Yes, that's true. You want to pound it and then do like a dry rub.
The Warrington Walmart is nice, says Sid.
It is.
Okay, sure.
What about the Cheltenham one? I go there all the time too.
Not catching me dead in there.
It smells like kitty litter in there.
Oh, I've never smelled
elitist.
kitty litter. Kitty litter in a Walmart.
People in their pajamas.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie.
like animals.
I've gone out in sweatpants and flip-flops. Do my shopping. All right, 9:46. That'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Make sure you're packing when you go into Walmart, folks, because you never know when you're going to need to flex on people. We'll come back, wrap it up, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who on Twitter today, and a Monday edition of Phil Almquist's Today in Music History. Back after this.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that? Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it.
Come on.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could.
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized with help from Beacon. I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Okay, guys, we gotta put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no picking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Kayal and Company winding things down here on a Monday morning. The Dawn Show coming up, top of the hour. And we find out what she has lined up 9 minutes out.
Yeah, we have a ton breaking in New York in the Trump case, and I'll have all of that as well, local reaction to it. My goodness, we have so much breaking locally, statewide, ahead of Pennsylvania's primary tomorrow. Chester County Republicans. I will detail this new lawsuit they've just filed to try to prevent the county's election board from tallying up ballots if they're returned. In other words, if somebody has multiple residents in a long-term care facility. We've seen this allegation where folks in a nursing home who are maybe not cognizant, and all of a sudden we see them returning a ballot. We're going to get into that case a bit. There's a whole lot going on. And then the U.S. Supreme Court taking up this case about homelessness, how it affects our region. So there's a whole lot breaking, a whole lot developing. We are stacked with guests today. So we'll have one of those candidates running for the GOP primary in the 172nd district. This is in Philadelphia and in our area, Montgomery County, against the, where's Kevin? Kevin Boyle. Still haven't found it, but this is the primary. The Republicans running against him. Christine Flowers at 10:30. And then we'll have Jorge Vila, who's a former federal prosecutor, just breaking down for us everything that's happening locally, nationally. It's a don't miss show Monday. And Larry Menti, my husband's going to call in late, about 10:45. We'll talk Italy and everything else.
Larry Bear making an appearance.
Larry Bear.
There you go.
Yep.
All right, very good. Dawn Show in just about 7 minutes as we get to a Monday edition from Phil Almquist's Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Monday, April 22nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Peter Frampton and Paul Carrick from Squeeze and Mike and the Mechanics. We also lost Richie Havens on this day in 2013. Singles include Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty in 78 and Wild Thing by the Trogs in 66. Also on this day in 78, the Blues Brothers made their debut on Saturday Night Live. In 75, The Who began filming the movie version of Tommy, and Faith No More ended as a band on this day in 98. Also, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class was announced yesterday. Some notes: Ozzy, Peter Frampton, and Foreigner are all long overdue, and I'm glad they got in. Dave Matthews is not a Hall of Fame band, not now and not ever. And Mary J. Blige getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is like men competing in women's sports. Neither belong. And lastly, Judas Priest was great on Friday night. Here's a quick photo. And I enjoyed the Knick game because I am a Knick fan.
Oh, God.
For Kayal and Company,
Boo.
I'm Phil Lundquist.
Did you have to include that?
No.
No.
Boo.
No.
Boo.
No.
You suck.
So Dave Matthews, not now or ever?
Yeah.
I mean, I disagree. I mean, what do I know? But
I mean, his cult following will hang Phil for that.
Do you think Dave Matthews Band is Hall of Fame worthy?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. All right, let's wrap it up with Today in Music. Who won Twitter?
Who won Twitter?
Who won Twitter, sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. I'm going to give it to DJ73, who says, please get Joe Conklin to do Merrill Reese doing the play-by-play of the person on fire.
That was awesome.
That was obscene. We should not have done that.
I know.
Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, the secret to spoiling the moms in your life this spring, now with 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online at josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available. That's josephanthony.com. Give it to the moms in your life, the Dawn Stenslins in your life.
There you go.
josephanthony.com.
All right. Since Phil gave his opinion on basketball, I'll give mine as well. I'll take the Sixers tonight, getting the 5 points.
+5,
I'll
yes.
take the Sixers +5.
Me too.
All right. Dawn, you want to go on record, Sixers pick, or you want to save that for the 10 o'clock hour?
No, I think I'll go with it. Sorry, but
Okay.
I'm not going to disagree here. I think we'll take it.
Sixers across the board. The hell with Phil. Phil will be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next, and as our favorite senator would say,
good night, everybody.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you